This is Long Island Ducks baseball.
Justin Davies at the plate, the winning run at third. Crowd going nuts. Swung on, bouncing ball left side, off the mitt, up third baseman Brad Strauss. Here comes Willie Rodriguez. Justin Davies has done it again. The Ducks are one quack away from the championship.
Jason Johnson makes the catch. He makes the catch, and the Long Island Ducks have swept the Camden River Sharks. They are the 2004 Atlantic League champions.
Going back is Adam Bailey. He settles under it. He makes the catch! Adam Bailey makes the catch! And for a second straight year, the Atlantic League trophy will reside on Long Island. The Ducks are the Atlantic League champions. Swinging a ground ball, hit toward short, charging in his lines. He fields, throws to first. The comeback is complete. From 2-0 down in the series, the Long Island Ducks have won 3 in a row at home. And for the 5th time in franchise history, they will head to the Atlantic League Championship Series.
And now it's time for the Long Island Ducks pregame show.
Live from Regency Furniture Stadium in Waldorf, Maryland, it is time once again for Long Island Ducks baseball. Tonight it is Game 2 of the 2017 season and Game 2 of this 4-game series between the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Michael Pollack. I'll be bringing you the play-by-play for all of tonight's action, and thank you so much for tuning in here on the Ducks official broadcast network, Ducks official YouTube channel, and Facebook Live, coming to you from Waldorf, Maryland, and liducks.com. We appreciate you tuning in for what should be a good night once again. We've got 2 former Major League Southpaws on the mound this evening in the forms of Rafael Perez and Pat Mish, both of whom have spent an extensive amount of time in the major leagues. They will hook up tonight. The Ducks certainly are feeling good heading into this evening's game as they took the opening game of the 2017 season last night by a final count of 7-1. So to kick things off here on the pregame show, let's recap what went on last night for the Ducks. And they got off to an early start, taking advantage of overall 4 errors made by the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. And it started in the first inning when, with 2 outs, Nolan Reimold singled to right field. He would advance from first to third when Mark Krause hit a fly ball to right that was dropped by Zach Cohn, and that brought up Nate Fryman. Freitas is ready to go. The runners lead. There goes Krause, the 3-2 to Fryman. Ground ball left side into left field, base hit. Past the diving Palmero. Into score from third is Nolan Reimold. RBI single for Nate Fryman. The Ducks take advantage of the defensive miscue, and they lead it 1-0. So the RBI single by Nate Fryman puts the Ducks in front 1-0. It would stay that way until the 4th. The Ducks had opportunities in the 2nd and 3rd, but stranded 2 men on base. They took advantage of another error, though, in the 4th inning when Alex Berg reached on a ground ball that went through the legs of Patrick Palmero, the third baseman, leading off the inning. A flyout and a sacrifice bunt later moved him to second base, and that brought up Delta Cleary Jr. Freitas looks to second, deals to the plate. Cleary Jr. a line drive into right center field. That's a base hit. Berg around third base, he will score easily. It's a 2-out RBI single for Delta Cleary Jr., and the Ducks double their lead. It's 2-0 here in the 4th. So Cleary Jr., who had 52 RBIs last season for the Ducks, picked up his first of 2017. Bottom half of the inning, though, Southern Maryland got on the board against Ducks right-hander John Brownell, and this time it was a Ducks defensive mistake that hurt them. With 1 on and nobody out, Zach Wilson hit a fly ball to center field that Delta Cleary Jr. seemed to lose in the sky. And so that ended up falling in front of a diving Phelan Lantini who tried to cover for him. Ultimately, first and third, nobody out there. John Brownell was able to settle down, though, struck out Michael Snyder. He did hit Corey Vaughn, and then Zach Cohn with a line out to left and went for a sac fly, scoring Muno. And that made it a 2-1 game, but that would be all that Southern Maryland could muster. 4 Ducks relievers, Zach Treese, Amalio Diaz, Chinwe Sao, and Tyler Wilson over the final 4 innings completely shut down the Southern Maryland lineup. And meanwhile, for the Ducks, they would tack on an insurance run in the 7th inning against Robert Carson, the lefty out of the bullpen for Justin DeFreitas, as Delta Cleary Jr. singled to left to start the inning. Then with 1 out, Mark Krause singled to right. The 2 pulled off a double steal. Nate Fryman was then walked, and then Cody Puckett was hit by a pitch on an 0-2 count that forced in a run, and it gave the Ducks a 3-1 lead. It had been raining for about 2 innings at that point, and after the bottom of the 7th inning, the tarp came on the field. We had a 46-minute rain delay. And the Ducks certainly came out swinging after the rain delay against Keanu Cummings, who was making his first appearance in professional baseball. Elmer Reyes doubled to right center to lead off the inning. The first extra base hit after 18 singles combined between the two teams, and that brought up Phelan Lentini. 2-1 the count now on Lentini, righty batter against the lefty pitcher. And Lentini, a hot shot towards the middle and through into center field, base hit. Reyes will round third. He's going to try to score. The throw in from Gary Brown is cut off by Zach Wilson. It's an RBI single for Phelan Lentini, and the Ducks have their largest lead of the night at 4-1. So a 4-1 lead at that point for the Long Island Ducks. They would end up adding more as Lentini would score on a balk. Mark Krause would end up driving in Delta Cleary Jr. with a sac fly to right, and then Angelo Sanko, who had reached base on catcher's interference, ended up scoring when that sac fly to right. The throw came into third base and it sailed into the Blue Crabs dugout. So 4 runs in the inning. Ducks had a 7-1 lead. Tyler Wilson got to 2 outs in the 9th inning, and up came Zach Wilson. Wilson kicks and fires, and Wilson hits a ground ball to third. Backhanded stop nicely by Cody Puckett. Throws across the diamond in time for the out. This ball game is over, and on opening day of the 2017 season, the Long Island Ducks will high-five on the field as they take this one 7-1 over the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. So Wilson retires Wilson to end the game. 7 runs, 13 hits, no errors for the Ducks. They did leave 13 on base, a run on 8 hits, and 4 errors for the Blue Crabs, who left 11. The winner was John Brownell, improves to 1-0 on the year. His 47th win in a Ducks uniform, that's a record. And Justin DeFreitas the loss, who fell to 0-1. We'll take a break here on the pregame show. When we come back, I'll sit down with yesterday's starting pitcher and victor, and that is John Brownell.
Hey fans, this is manager Kevin Baez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Going way back is Joe Holden, and he is looking up, and that one is headed to field 5 at Robert Moses. The waves are gnarly, and the Ducks have tied it at 1. That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Back at Regency Furniture Stadium, where the Ducks and the Blue Crabs are getting set to play Game 2 of this 4-game series, and where a couple just got engaged on the field right in front of the pitcher's mound. A nice touching moment here in Southern Maryland. John Brownell certainly got off to a good start last night for this season as he threw 5 innings of 1-run balls, striking out 5 to earn the victory for Long Island, and I caught up with him before this evening's ballgame. John, your 4th consecutive opening day start last night. It leads to a win, your first win of the season as you continue to add to your franchise record win total. How did it feel taking your first start on the mound last night?
It was great. Just nice to get back out on the field, playing with the group of guys that we got, and just looking forward to the rest of the season. After
a tremendous season for yourself personally and team-wise last season, to have to go through the whole offseason and kind of wait out for that next year, just how tough is it to wait through that time, and how eager are you always to get back there out on the mound for the Ducks?
Anytime I got downtime, I just feel like I've got something to do because I'm playing baseball most of the year, and so it's just nice to get back out on the field and get back at the grind.
This is a ballpark where you have personally picked up so many big wins in your career, where the Ducks have picked up so many big wins in franchise history. To open this season here, does it have any special significance in your mind, the team's mind, being that this has been a place where so many playoff victories have come?
No, it's just another game. The bases are the same dimensions. The mound to home plate is the same, so just play the game the same way. Try to at least play it hard and compete as well as you can, and hopefully things work out in our favor.
I know it was only one run, but in the first inning last night, the Ducks were able to take advantage of an error defensively, put a run on the board early to give you some support. Even though it was only one run, did you kind of get a little bit of a sense of calm and able to take an extra breath, saying, hey, now I got a lead to work with right before I even take the mound?
Yeah, anytime the offense does that for you, it's nice to have a little bit of a cushion. You have a little more room for error, I guess. So, you don't have to worry about maybe getting the big strikeout when you need it. You can just get the double play or something or concede a run here or there. But limiting the damage, and it always helps, when you've got the lead to just focus on limiting damage.
You've been a veteran of this team now, been here since 2011 at the end of the season. Do you ever remember, well, you were here end of 2012, correct? You were here at the end of that season and then have been there ever since. Do you ever remember pitching with a lineup behind you that's been as talented and strong as this one was last night?
This one seems like we got the deepest offense since I've been here. The 2012 team, I don't really remember a whole lot. This is just a shorter period of time that I was with the team, but yeah, definitely since 2013, I feel like this is our deepest lineup.
This offseason, you were part of a team in Puerto Rico that you've been part of frequently, Criollos de Caguas, ended up winning a championship in Puerto Rico, then went on to win the entire Caribbean Series pitching for Puerto Rico. What was that experience like for you, and how gratifying was it to come out on top with the season that you guys had?
It was awesome. Winter ball's a little bit different. There's a little bit more emotion, I guess, than in the States, and so it's nice to experience that. Experience the joy that their people have when your team does win, and just going through the whole experience, the Caribbean Series, it was first class all the way, and to win a championship there was just a lot of fun.
Is there at any point when you're playing winter ball any sort of a sense of fatigue that comes in? I know you play a long, grueling season here in the Atlantic League, 140 games plus 2 rounds of the postseason. Then you go on to play winter ball and had a deep run there. Is that at any point a factor for you?
No, just getting my rest during the season helps a lot. Not only just for that season, but for the next upcoming season, continuing to get rest in the off season and stuff. I feel like my body's able to recover a little bit quicker and easier. The strain of a long season, I feel like, is a little less stressful when I get the right amount of rest.
Going back to this year's team, when you look at the starting rotation, if you actually look to last year, when you started the year, you had a lot of familiar faces joining you in the rotation, guys like Downs and Kern. This year, it's pretty much all new faces in that starting rotation. What's that change, if anything, for you? And so far from what you've seen from those guys, how strong do you think the rotation could be this year?
I think our pitching staff is really deep, too, not only in the rotation, but bullpen-wise. I mean, you could, with our bullpen, you could really have the starters go 5 innings and then go 6, 7, 8, 9 with the bullpen. I feel like we've got a shut-down bullpen, and our rotation seems like it's going to be a solid one. It should be one of the best staffs in the league.
You certainly saw the bullpen 4 scoreless innings last night. Finally, Michael Pfaff, president and GM of the Ducks, said during media day, you are the best starting pitcher in this organization's history. I know you're a humble guy. You won't really ever say that about yourself, but what does it mean to you when you hear somebody else say that about you?
It's nice. I appreciate the compliment. I'm just very thankful for the opportunity that Mike Pfaff and the Ducks organization has given me. They've given me a job the last handful of years, so I'm always thankful for everything they've done for me and my family. And it's just, to hear your employer talk that way about you is nice, and it makes you feel welcomed and appreciated for the job that you've been doing.
Certainly no argument from Ducks fans in that regard. John, thanks so much for the time, and congratulations on the opening day win.
Thank you.
That was John Brownell, starting pitcher for the Long Island Ducks and the winner in last night's game. We will take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the starting lineups and the first pitch of tonight's ball game.
Hey fans, this is manager Kevin Baez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Oh, I love it. The color of my new Nicolot patio is so vibrant. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
You're welcome. I'm just going to go finish that Nicolot walkway now.
Make your pavers vivid Nicolot pavers. The best looking, most vibrant pavers with the most 3-color blends in the industry. Featuring Nicolot's exclusive paver shield and color blending technology. With color throughout and guaranteed not to fade. Live life in color with Nicolot. Visit Nicolot.com.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Rendition of our national anthem, and before we go into the pitching matchups, we'll have a brief moment here as the color guard makes its way off the field from in front of shortstop. So the fans here at Regency Furniture Stadium paying their respects as the colors of the American flag make their way off the field on the third base side. Let's take a look at the pitching matchup tonight, and that's certainly where the focus is of this evening's ball game between the Ducks and the Blue Crabs. For Long Island, Rafael Perez, a left-handed pitcher who currently resides in Freeport, New York, will take the mound. He was born in the Dominican Republic but has since moved on and lived in Freeport. And he will make his first appearance in the Atlantic League. 7-year Major League veteran, all with the Cleveland Indians between 2006 and 2012. And in that time had a 3.64 ERA over 338 career relief appearances. Definitely likes to get ground balls, 54.5% ground balls throughout the course of his career. And so he will look to keep this Blue Crabs lineup off balance like John Brownell and the Ducks bullpen did last night. Most recently pitched professionally with Quintana Roo of the Mexican League in 2015 and was 5-5 with a 1.99 earned run average in 13 starts. On the other side is the other Major League left-hander, and that is Pat Mish. He comes to the Blue Crabs with a very brief amount of Atlantic League experience. In 2015, he made 2 starts for the Lancaster Barnstormers and posted a 1.80 earned run average. He appeared in 78 career Major League games, splitting time with the San Francisco Giants and the New York Mets. And so 200 innings, over 200 innings of work in that time period. And now we'll have an opportunity pitching here for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. 2 good left-handers on the mound tonight. We will see whether they can keep these lineups at bay. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. And for the Ducks, it is the exact same starting 9 in the exact same positions as last night. Phelan Lantini leads things off in right field. Delta Cleary Jr. batting second and playing in center field. The 3-hitter is the left fielder and former Major Leaguer Nolan Reimold, and in the cleanup spot, the designated hitter, and that is Mark Krause. Nate Fryman at first base bats 5th. Cody Puckett, the third baseman, will hit in the number 6 spot. Dan Lyons, the shortstop, bats 7th. Hitting 8th and doing the catching tonight is Alex Berg. And rounding out the order is the second baseman, Elmer Reyes. Gary Brown, the center fielder, leads off for Southern Maryland. He's followed by the second baseman, Danny Muno. Zach Wilson at first base bats 3rd. Michael Snyder, the cleanup hitter and DH. Corey Vaughn in left field bats 5th. Zach Cohn in right hits 6th. The 7 hitters, the third baseman, Patrick Palmero. Edwin Garcia is at shortstop hitting 8th. And rounding out the order is the catcher, Mike Blank. First pitch on the way from Pat Mish, taken at the knees for a strike by Phelan Lentini. We are underway a little bit late tonight, 6:41 p.m., the official start of this evening's ball game. So Lentini, the righty hitter, and speedy Duck outfielder will lead things off. Mish winds, and the 0-1 is grounded foul, third base side, right to the facing of the Blue Crabs dugout. One of Southern Maryland's players retrieved the baseball and hand it to the bat boy, Jordan Stearns, longtime Blue Crabs bat boy. Nothing into the count on Lentini. Mish gets the sign from Blank, winds and deals, and Lentini is swinging a foul ball way out in front of the off-speed pitch. Did get a little piece of it, though, so we'll do it again. Nothing in 2. Lentini last night in his first game of the season, it was everybody's first game of the season, 1 for 5 with an RBI and a run scored, also stole a base. So did a little bit of everything yesterday. Another 0-2 on the way. Mish fires, and Lentini takes the breaking ball low and outside, would not bite. Cloudy skies overhead, some ominous-looking clouds off in the distance. We had a brief rain shower in which the tarp had to come on the field right at the end of Ducks batting practice, about 5 o'clock this evening, but was gone within about 20 minutes. Created actually a very nice rainbow out behind the left field wall. 1-2 fastball misses down and in. Lentini had to back his legs out of the way of it briefly, so it's now 2-2. Lights are on. Wind is blowing in from left center field towards the first base line. Earlier today was blowing out towards the left field line, so that has seemed to shift course since. 2-2 delivery. Line drive, left side and through. A base hit for Phelan Lentini. Good start for the Ducks on this Friday night. A clean single through the left side for Lentini. So that'll bring up the switch hitting center fielder Delta Cleary Jr., who last night spent most of the game batting from the left side, at least through the first 6 innings, and then when the Blue Crabs brought on a couple of lefty relievers, he was switched around to the right side. Ended up getting a single and a walk against the left-handed pitching. Cleary Jr. squares to bunt here, fouls it off. No surprise to see Cleary Jr. trying to bunt. That's strike 1. Last year, Delta Cleary Jr. led everybody with 13 sacrifice bunts on this Ducks roster. And you can bet almost every time when Lentini leads off with a single, Cleary Jr. is going to try and move him over. But with Cleary Jr.'s speed, he can oftentimes beat him out, too. Lentini takes his good lead at first, being held on by Zach Wilson. Mish, a long look over there, now deals to the plate. Cleary Jr. bunts it. Perfect bunt, first base side. Mish over, field, shovel pass to first is in time for the out. Good athletic play by Pat Mish, who falls off to the third base side, delivering as a left-hander. Was able to get over there and just get Cleary Jr. at first. Sacrifice is successful, though, as the putout goes 1-3, and Lentini moves down to second base. So Cleary Jr.'s plan works, although that case it almost looked like he was bunting for a hit. A very good bunt to the first base side with, again, the lefty falling off to the third base side upon delivery. But Mish got over there to make the play. So runner at second with 1 out. Here is Nolan Reimold, veteran of 104 games in the major leagues last season with the Baltimore Orioles. Mish looks to second, deals to the plate. Lentini going for third. Pitch is taken for a strike. The throw down to third base is not in time. So Phelan Lentini, who had a stolen base last night, 1 of 4 by the Ducks, aggressive again as he steals third. And Kevin Baez knows Mike Blank well, the catcher for Long Island. 2 years in a row, 2015 and 2016, now with Southern Maryland. And Kevin knows that Blank does not have the best arm, and no surprise to see him running aggressively on him in the early going. So now runner at third with 1 out. Fly ball would get him in. Pitch on the way, and Reimold takes a breaking ball in for a strike at the knees. Last night, Reimold in his first action as a Duck, 1 for 4. He singled in his first at bat with Long Island, a bloop single down the right field line to start the first inning rally. Middle infielders are back. They will concede the run. The corner infielder's about halfway. Here's the pitch, and Reimold takes downstairs. Would not bite on the off speed from Mish. Mark Krause, a lefty hitter waiting on deck. The Ducks have only one lefty in their lineup, and that is Krause. Everybody else a right-handed hitter or a switch hitter, in reference to Delta Cleary Jr. Montini takes his lead off third. The pitch. Reimold takes the fastball high and inside. Had to jut out of the way of it quickly. One major leaguer facing another major leaguer here. Two guys who spent a decent amount of time at the game's highest level. Mish, a long look in here. And now we'll step off and go through the signs once again with Mike Blank. Ducks threatening to take the early lead as Lentini is at third on a single, a sac bunt, and a stolen base. Pitch on the way. Reimold, a foul ball straight back to the screen in front of us. Evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Forecast is a little bit iffy throughout the rest of the weekend. Some potential showers in and out. Supposed to cool down mightily. It was in the 80s the last 2 days. Supposed to go down into the 60s tomorrow. Reimold takes high and inside. Close pitch. About belt high. Would not chase though. That was off the inside corner, so that runs the count full at 3-2. Again, first base is open. You could set up a lefty-lefty matchup with Krause, but in the first inning you won't see any intentional walks here, especially in a scoreless game. Mish working slowly. Doesn't seem to be having the best communication with Blank. He's had to step off a couple times now here in this half inning. Thus far, just 3 batters long. Here comes the payoff pitch now. And Reimold hits a fly ball in the air down the right field line. Long run over for Zach Cohn, crossing in a foul ground, and he makes the catch in foul territory. Lentini, though, will tag and score standing up. It's a sacrifice foul fly and an RBI for Nolan Reimold. The Ducks strike first, and they lead it 1-0. So give Reimold his first RBI as a member of the Ducks. Lentini scores his second run of the season. The Ducks are able to manufacture a run, second game in a row where they played the game's first run in the opening inning. So a 2 away, that'll leave it up to Mark Krause, the designated hitter, batting from the left side. Base is empty now for Long Island. And Mish's first offering is a fastball on the outside corner for strike 1. Mish last season pitched overseas in Japan with the Oryx Buffaloes. As here, Krause takes an off-speed pitch that hits at the knees for a strike. A couple years ago was with AAA New Orleans, and the Marlins organization was Mish. He was 5-7 there with a 3.25 earned run average. Krause, a ground ball at the first baseline foul. That'll keep the count at 0-2. Last season with Oryx, Mish appeared in just 3 games, 1 start, and ended up having an 8.44 earned run average in just 5 1/3 innings. Not what he was looking to do last year over in Japan. Wind howling here as it now is blowing in straight from center field, right in towards home plate. Another 0-2 in another matchup of 2 Major League veterans. Mish steals, and Krause takes downstairs in the zone. Good eye. And that is ball 1. Mish's pitch count here right up, about to hit number 20 in this first inning. The Ducks doing a good job getting on the board early against him and getting his pitch count up. I think we just saw a flash of lightning as well. Krause takes down and away. That's another ball. That'll leave up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. There was a chance this evening for some scattered showers, but no definitive word on if there was any rain. I'm looking in the crowd now and do see a couple of umbrellas out, so it might be drizzling right now. Krause, a line drive, Fair ball, just inside the line down right field. That'll head into the corner. Krause around first base, he makes his way to second. And the throw comes into the second baseman, Danny Muno. So Mark Krause with his first extra base hit of the season as he pulls a double that literally hit right on the chalk, past the grass and on the warning track down the right field line. The grass kind of cuts in from foul territory and then goes parallel with the foul line, fair down the right field line. And it hit that chalk and just stayed fair. So Krause, who had 9 doubles a year ago with AAA Las Vegas, gets his first with the Ducks. And he's now 4 for 5 to start off his Ducks career. So that'll pass the baton to another ex-big leaguer, Nate Fryman, this 3-4-5, a potent one for Long Island. First pitch from Mitch, and that misses down and in for ball 1. Pat Mish has allowed 2 hits and a run already in this first inning. And a dangerous hitter in Nate Fryman, who was hitting baseballs out onto the roof of the clubhouse beyond the picnic area over the left field wall during batting practice. This pitch is grounded hard but foul. That'll even up the count at 1-1. Last night, Fryman 1 for 3 with an RBI single in the first inning and a couple of walks. And if the Ducks could put together a good series here, it would certainly be a big turnaround from a year ago. In fact, it already has. Last year, the Ducks opened the season in Somerset, lost all 4 games. With Long Island getting a win yesterday in the season opener for the second time in 3 years. Fryman, a high drive in the air to deep left field. No chance for Corey Vaughn. You can forget it. Off the billboards in left. A 2-run home run for Nate Fryman. His first of the year and the first for Long Island. And the Ducks lead it 3-0 here in the opening inning. Fryman trips on his way around third, laughs about as he steps on the plate. The high five from Cody Puckett. You don't need to do it gracefully, but as long as you get it out, that's all that matters. A 2-run blast for Nate Fryman, and it's 3-0, the Ducks in front. What a drive by Nate Fryman. That cleared the bumper boat pool out in left center and looked like it hit off of the Charles County Crime Solvers billboard that is above the walkway leading up to the picnic. Cody Puckett, a ground ball to third, gobbled up there by Palmero. He'll throw across the diamond in time for the out, but the damage has been done. 3 runs on 3 hits, including the 2-run blast from Nate Fryman. And after a half inning of play, it is the Ducks 3 and the Blue Crabs coming up to bat.
Hey fans, this is pitcher John Brownell, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Long Island's Ford Giant is celebrating its 60th year anniversary. Stop by Sayville Ford to check out their state-of-the-art showroom featuring enclosed service drives, luxurious customer lounge, and a larger selection to choose from. Get giant savings on hundreds of new and used vehicles in stock. Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary celebration is going on now. Visit SayvilleFord.com or download the Sayville Ford app today to learn more about Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary savings. Call 631-589-4800 today.
Bethpage Ballpark is a great place to watch a ball game, so why not do so from some of the best seats in the house? The Ducks are proud to present the brand new Long Island Ducks Beer Garden. Open for all fans on nights when the Smokin' Owl's party deck has not been reserved, the Beer Garden will feature a variety of frosty draft and bottled brews, as well as several food choices. The area has been decked out with bar rail seating and Ducks branded furniture to provide a comfortable atmosphere for everyone. Be sure to stop by and check out the brand new Long Island Ducks Beer Garden on your next visit to the ballpark. Well, as we make our way to the bottom of the first inning, a little bit of good news, bad news here at Regency Furniture Stadium. The good news is that the Long Island Ducks have opened up a 3-0 lead in the first inning of the ball game. The bad news is it has started to rain, and boy, has it started to rain hard. So it looks like we've got one of those scattered showers or thunderstorms that have made its way into the area. The tarp has come on the field, and for the second time in as many days, we will have a rain delay at Regency Furniture Stadium. By the way, some housekeeping news. That home run by Nate Fryman was the first home run for the Ducks this season. If Long Island hits 100 home runs this year, they will have met the Chappie's Home Run Challenge, and Chappie's Funeral Homes will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. In addition, every walk this season by Ducks batters presented by City MD Urgent Care, and there are over 15 City MD locations across Long Island, offering the comprehensive quality care you need the moment you need it. City MD Urgent Care, need a doctor, just walk in. So to recap the first inning, Phelan Lentini's single to start things off was sacrificed to second by Delta Cleary Jr. Boy, you can hear that rain coming down on the tarp down on the field. Lentini stole third base on the first pitch to Nolan Reimold and ended up scoring on a sacrifice fly, foul territory down the right field line. That gave the Ducks the 1-0 lead. Mark Krause followed with a 2-out double just inside the right field line. And then Nate Fryman crushed a 2-run home run to left center field, his first of the season and Long Island's first of the year, before Cody Puckett grounded out. So 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We will take a break here on the broadcast as we await out our second rain delay in as many days. And you can stay tuned here and as well at twitter.com/LIDucks for updates on the status of tonight's game. We'll keep you updated when we know. Again, it was a forecast for some scattered showers, so I don't think this is anything that's going to be too long, but definitely some drenching rain that is falling out harder than anything we saw last night here. And yet we had a 46-minute rain delay last night. So stay tuned. We'll send you now to the audio soundtrack of the 2004 Championship DVD. And when we get any updates, we will be sure to bring them to you.
Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, a season to remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. Hi, I'm Chris King, the radio and TV voice of your Long Island Ducks. 2004 was a very special season for the Ducks, both on and off the field. From the first pitch of spring training until the final out of their championship victory, there were packed houses, nail-biting wins, and enough excitement to last a lifetime. During the Ducks' first ever trip to the Atlantic League playoffs, each of their 6 games was decided by just 1 run, with the Ducks winning 5 of those. In putting together this championship DVD, we'll take a walk down memory lane and take you step by step through the Long Island Ducks' 2004 Atlantic League Championship. Following another close call at the end of the 2003 season, the Ducks had finished second in 6 of 8 halves through their first 4 seasons of play and still had never qualified for a playoff spot. After a winter full of organizational meetings and player signings, the team headed down to spring training loaded with talent, brimming with confidence, and eager to prove that this team was different.
Well, when we got down to spring training, it was we kind of realized that this was kind of a special group of guys. And we all clicked from the very beginning, and our mission was, you know, if we're going to be in the independent league and nobody's going to give us an opportunity to go play in organized ball, then we're going to try to do the absolute best that we can with our team. And like I said, we felt like we had a special talent and a special group of guys, and it was our goal to go out and win the championship.
He is all business on that 5th day. I tell you, he has his good times and whatever and keeps everybody loose up to that point. And then, it's business day.
I expect to win, and I expect to win pretty much with the whole pitching staff. When you get Bill out there, he's going to fight you. He's going to fight you to the end. He never wants to come out, and that's always good.
Of the 25 players on Long Island's opening day roster, 14 had major league experience, highlighted by a pitching staff that featured Bill Pulsifer, Matt Beach, Matt DeWitt, Bill Seamus, and Lance Davis, all of whom had experienced success at the big league level.
Every spring training especially with the Ducks, you go into it of not knowing how long you're going to keep your guys, and that's always a concern. But when we walked out on the field the first day, when Pulsifer and Seamus showed up, there was no longer any worry of what type of clubhouse we were going to have. The camaraderie was there just with those two individuals, and as a coach, as a manager, when you know your camaraderie is good, it solves a lot of problems. So everybody else was going to fit into place. All the guys that we had from the previous year, we knew were very good guys, very good individuals, and we pride ourselves with the Ducks of bringing in good individuals, not just statistics, but they got to be good people to play here. And as soon as we had those two guys, we knew we were set.
As the season began, Long Island came out of the gates on fire, emerging victorious in each of their first 6 games.
4, and the Ducks win the game. Final score, Long Island Ducks 5, Pennsylvania Road Warriors 4.
By the end of the season's first month, Long Island was on a roll, in first place with a 16-7 record.
We had a lot of guys returning from the year before. It was myself and Barty and Doug and JJ and stuff. Well, those guys, you know, I know they remember the hurt that we felt in that last game and how close we were to it. And then getting guys like Pulsifer and Seamus and Lance and Beach and those guys in the beginning of the year, we knew we had a staff that could take us all the way. Of course, the big question was how long we were going to have them for, you know, which comes across every year with the Ducks, is that we start off great, and if somehow or another the guys get picked up, which is what the league is for, and, you know, but it hurts our team club, and we never seem to make the playoffs because we got guys leaving, and sometimes you just can't replace those guys.
By mid-June, however, 3 of Long Island's top pitchers had been signed to Major League organizational deals. Clint Weibel was the first to go, followed by Matt DeWitt and Matt Beach. Following their departures, the Ducks hit a skid, and, following a July 5th loss at the hands of the Nashua Pride, found themselves 1 game behind the arch-rival Bridgeport Bluefish with just 7 games remaining in the season's first half. Despite regaining their footing in the following series against Pennsylvania, the Ducks found themselves needing a sweep of Bridgeport in the half's final series in order to earn a berth in the Atlantic League playoffs. All the Bluefish needed was 1 victory in the 3-game set, and the Ducks' playoff hopes would be dashed yet again. And the Ducks would have to do it against their arch rivals on the road in a ballpark in which their playoff dreams died in the last week of the 2000 season. They'd also have to do it in a ballpark where they'd only won 13 times in 37 games coming into the season. You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane.
The 3-game series with Bridgeport during the July 10th through the 12th was quite an exciting series, and it was great to have the fans coming over. I mean, there was so many little facets of that particular series that was going into play that not a lot of people, unless you had been around and been a part of the Long Island Duck organization for a while, would really understand the complexity of it. With that veteran team that we had, you know, we knew that if we just went in and played 1 game at a time, which is, of course, very cliche, but yet it's very applicable for the situation. You know, if we win the first couple of games, you know, that we would put the pressure back on them, and that's what we did. The Monday night game, you know, after it being called after the 9 innings, was very frustrating for all of us, both teams in general.
I know the feeling after the game of that last night when it was raining. We were in the clubhouse and we were going, this can't happen. I mean, we can't end it like this. We had just come back. I mean, we battled our butts off. And so did Bridgeport. I mean, it was a great series that we played against them. We beat them the first 2 games of the series. It came down to that last game. They had scored a couple runs in the beginning, and we fought back to tie it. And you know, it came down to the 9th inning, and we were playing in the rain the whole game. And when they called the game and took us off the field because of the rain, it was like kind of mind-boggling. It's like, what are we doing? We've been playing in this for 9 innings already. Just all it takes is we finish 9 innings. You know, the next person to score will win.
So the Long Island Ducks headed home. The July 12th game was declared a tie with a new August 9th game rescheduled to be played in its entirety and no playoff spot yet secured. Despite the fact that they had come so far, the Ducks had no closure. The second half would begin on Friday night, but there was still 4 weeks of baseball to play before the first half champion would be declared.
Well, so we start the second half of the season. We don't know who the first half champion is, and we're going to play that game 2.5, 3 weeks out. It really kept the tension around here at a certain pitch. Certainly kept all the fans' interest. We started to point our whole season towards one game, and that's sort of good and it's sort of bad. For the fans, it was you know, high drama. For us in our organization, it was high drama. For the ball players, so we were all focused in on that August 9th game.
And while the Ducks would have to wait for their chance to play for their first ever playoff spot, they would continue their pursuit of individual and team records that would fall during the magical 2004 season.
The Ducks' second half playoff drive has begun. But wait a minute, what about the first half?
Good question.
Something you've never even heard in baseball. You know, just like, let's put off the first half until a month later.
Because of a rainout, the Ducks and Bluefish have yet to decide who won the North Division. They'll replay the game in its entirety August 9th.
I mean, we definitely had momentum in our favor, and it was just too bad that it just had to stop like it did.
To have it end like that was really disappointing. We have some guys that do real well now. Who knows if Doug, Camara, Barty, or Pulsford is going to be here come August 9th.
That could really change things.
They were a big part of our team.
"19 days and counting till August 9th.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. When August 9th finally arrived, the team and its fans were ready.
My guys are ready to go. They're ready to play this game. As I'm sure these guys are too. I mean, it's about the playoffs. I mean, there's a couple reasons why these players are all here in this league. One to get back to organizations, and the other getting the playoffs. And here it is right here on the table for them. So now it's whoever's the hungriest.
With more than 700 loyal Duck fans in attendance in Bridgeport, everything was on the line once again for Long Island's hometown team. In a game dubbed "One Game for All the Marbles" by Bridgeport officials, the Bluefish took an early 3-0 advantage against the Ducks and starter Brian Ricard.
Count 1 ball, 2 strikes to Avila.
And again, Lou, the rosters of these teams is quite different from what it was the last time we played this game on July 12th. The Ducks do have Garrick back. The Bluefish have Willis Otanez and DJ Boston back, but Long Island has lost Bill Pulsifer, Lance Davis, and Manny Ulloa, 3 of their best pitchers who've gone on to affiliated teams.
Beautiful pitch on the inside corner, and Ricard ends the inning, but
the Ducks showed their mettle, battling back and tying the game on Camara Barty's 2-out, 2-run home run in the 5th inning off Bluefish ace Tim Kaine.
Delivers, swing and a miss, tied him up inside, and Kaine works ahead 0-2.
And a chance for Camara to get some retribution, Lou, as it was Kamara Barti, who popped out to second base back in the third inning with the bases loaded and one away. So he gets another chance here to at least drive in one run if he can bring in Cole Liniak from second.
Oh-2 pitch, swung on and drilled to deep left field. Going back is Otaniez. It's gone. A home run for Barti. A two-run shot. And we are all tied at 4.
Well, for Kamara Barti, his team-leading 18th home run.
We were down early, so we were like, all right, now we got to fight back. But once you hit that two-run home run and we're dead even, it's a whole new game. It's like, all right, it's 0-0. Now it's our game. We have the momentum. Let's take it. Let's go all the way with this.
Now Andrew Salvo. Be interesting to see if he tries to bunt here.
I would think so.
Bridgeport thinking bunt. Lualoa now coming in at third, and Salvo bunts it. It's a good-looking bunt, and they're going to go to first. For a second, Sherman thought about going to second, but then got the sure out at first base. Salvo does his job. Sacrifice bunt sends Rodriguez down to second, and he is the potential go-ahead run for the Ducks.
Well, Andrew Salvo practices that bunt every day in batting practice, and in the biggest spot of the season for Long Island, he comes through as manager Don McCormack there, playing small ball here in a tie game, and now he hopes that Kevin Baez, who's had the best defensive play of the game for Long Island, can come through with some offense.
And the Duck fans making some noise now. Baez and Justin Davies will try to give the Ducks the lead. Baez swings and lifts it deep down the right field line. Pennyfeather is there, makes the catch. Rodriguez is going to try to go. Pennyfeather's throw is into the stands, and Rodriguez will score on the overthrow. Long Island takes the lead. It's 5-4 Ducks.
Well, can you believe it? Will Pennyfeather, who had the best catch of the game for the Bluefish and one of the best arms in the Atlantic League, just threw one into the seats, into the Duck fan section. And as he did, Louis Rodriguez, who was tagging, is able to circle third and score. The Ducks have their first lead of the game in the top of the ninth on a Will Pennyfeather overthrow.
With the Ducks now holding a one-run lead, Long Island called on closer Bill Seamus for the final 3 outs.
And the Bluefish now down to their last strike.
And much like they do at Citibank Park, the Duck fans are on their feet throughout this ballpark, hundreds of them, standing and cheering for what they hope will be strike 3.
No balls, 2 strikes to Boston. Seamus gets the sign. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The Long Island Ducks have won the first half championship in the Atlantic League's North Division. And the Ducks will go to the playoffs for the first time in franchise history.
And you see the jubilation on the mound. It has taken them 4 years, 3 months, and 12 days since the first pitch in franchise history was thrown back in April of 2000. But there will be postseason baseball on Long Island come September for the first time ever. And that guy, Bill Seamus, is the happiest man on the field.
The Ducks battle back.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane.
Once we got to that last inning once we brought Seamus in the 8th and we got through that, and knowing that, our cards are on the table. Everything that you kind of laid out before the game, how you want the game to go, and everything is just, it's right there for you. You just stick by your game plan that you pretty much had thought out. And when it gets down to it and it comes to, here it is, right on the table for Mr. Seamus, and the guy we've counted on the whole time. And it's like I've said before, he's one of them guys that you count on night in, night out. And it was just kind of a relaxed excitement watching him, because he just kind of manhandled Darryl Boston. It was really not much of a contest. And it was just, after that, it was such a relief, to finally get on the board with that first one. that the three of us, me, Buddy, and Dave, just kind of was embraced, and we let them do their thing on the field, and we just, it was a relief sensation.
Following a dizzying post-game celebration, the Ducks returned to the reality of the second half. With 7 of their pitchers now gone and pitching for affiliated teams, the team struggled in the month of August, posting a record of 14-16 with a 5.63 ERA. With the key pitchers now departed, it was clear the Ducks' playoff hopes would depend on a promise made by a group of pitchers all the way back in spring training known as the Band: Bill Seamus, Bill Pulsipher, Matt Beach, and Lance Davis.
Those guys, upon leaving, vowed to us that if they didn't get called up to the big leagues, they'd come back, and that's the rest is history. Those people came back, and we played 7 consecutive one-run games.
Well, you know, those at the end of the first half, prior to us having to reschedule the August 9th game, I remember being in the dugout and talking with Pointer about, and this is a guy that's won a World Series at the major league level, and we both had the same feeling of playoff baseball. It doesn't matter where you're at, little league or on up, it's just a special feeling, and that's the real reason that baseball players, true baseball players, play, and that's to have a chance to win a championship. Not for the money, not for the fame, not for anything like that. It's just to go out and compete at the highest level of your league, wherever it be, and you to be the top of it. It's really a special thing, winning a championship. And there's plenty of guys that play their whole careers and don't even make playoffs, let alone win a championship at any level. So it's really a special thing. And when a group of guys gets together and accomplishes something, it's camaraderie. It's a very special thing.
On September 14th, the leader of the Band, lefty Bill Pulsipher, was the first to make good on his promise to return. Within 5 days, Seamus, Beach, and Davis followed suit, and Long Island's once awe-inspiring pitching staff was back at full strength just in time for the team's first ever playoff appearance. The first playoff game in franchise history was on the road on Tuesday, September 21st, 2004 at historic Holman Stadium in Nashua, New Hampshire. The Nashua Pride held a 10-8 advantage over the Long Island Ducks in the regular season, and they featured an explosive offense led by former Major League All-Star Dante Bichette. Despite rallying late in the game, the Ducks fell 3-2, and their playoff hopes were in danger just 1 game into the best-of-3 series.
Yeah, you'd like to, you'd like to win that first game, but we were coming back home, so I thought it was a great game, and up there we just didn't, we didn't make our move late in the game like we normally do, and then you come back here and you have all this enthusiasm. You have this 4 years of frustration, which is more in-house than it is the new players that came in. They had nothing to do with being defeated. There are a couple guys here, Justin Davies and Doug Jennings, who had gone through all these close losses for all these years, and then you have the fans who had gone through that.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. After dropping Game 1 of the Atlantic League North Division playoffs in Nashua, the Ducks returned home to a raucous Citibank Park for the first home playoff game in franchise history. The sellout crowd had waited 5 years for this night to arrive. 6,322 strong and armed with thundersticks was in full throat as Bill Pulsipher headed out to the mound.
The first playoff game here at Citibank Park was all obviously very personal to me and very special for me. And I've been to Super Bowls, and I've been to Final Four in college basketball games, and been to a tremendous amount of, played in a few championship games myself. But this was, from the time I walked from my office to my seat, it was like I was in the game, and so were 6,000 other people. This was an electric night for the fans and for our whole organization. I mean, it really felt like I had to put my chin strap on actually, and and get ready to play. Almost had that football game feeling to it, not a baseball game. So it wasn't lost on anyone in the house that night how important this game was, and that we were really ready to play that baseball game.
After Pulsifer exited with a 1-run lead in the 7th inning, relievers Jordan Zimmerman and Joe Cotton got the game to the 8th inning for Bill Seamus, who slammed the door shut on the Nashua Pride with a 6-out save. With a 3-2 victory of their own, the Ducks were headed to the decisive Game 3, with Lance Davis headed to the hill.
Davis was dazzling in Game 3, tossing 7 2/3 innings of shutout ball before giving way to Joe Cotton, who closed out the 8th inning. And while Davis was brilliant, his counterpart on Nashua, former Duck Denny Harriger, was equal to the task, leaving Long Island clinging to a 1-0 lead going into the final inning of play.
Interesting, we're going against Denny Harriger, who we had let go, and we always thought with Denny, if you can get him early, you're going to get him big. And we got him a little bit early, but then he settled down and pitched a great game. He really pitched a great game, and I was just amazed at the pitches he was throwing, where he wanted to. But we just had better pitching that day. We had Lance Davis and we had Bill Seamus, and they didn't.
After Seamus closed out the Pride in the 9th, the Ducks had clinched the North Division title and were headed to the Atlantic League's championship round. The post-game celebration was subdued, as the players in the clubhouse knew there was still one more mountain to climb. The Ducks would battle the Camden River Sharks in a best-of-5 Atlantic League Championship Series starting Friday night, September the 24th at Citibank Park in Central Islip. Game 1 of the Atlantic League Championship Series was a high-scoring affair, with Long Island leading 10-6 in the top of the 9th inning and the bases loaded. Manager Don McCormick turned to Joe Cotton to get the game's final 2 outs. For once, Long Island's bullpen didn't respond, as former Montreal Expo Chris Widger stepped to the plate and hit a grand slam home run to tie the game at 10. In extra innings, it was Justin Davies who took center stage and played the hero. The original Duck, who had amassed over 500 games in a Long Island uniform, was now in position to register his first game-winning playoff hit. Facing Camden's Evan Thomas with Jason Johnson on third and 2 outs, Davies lined a shot to right field with 2 strikes to deliver an 11-inning, 4-hour and 22-minute Ducks win, and a 1-0 series advantage heading into Saturday night's Game 2.
We were on Game 1 of the championship series. The game's tied. I think it was in the 11th inning or 12th inning. I know it was extra innings, and I came up with 2 outs facing Evan Thomas, who just recently came back from winning a championship with Buffalo in AAA. 2 down and man on, I think he was on third. And he got 2 quick strikes against me. And I'm saying, all right, I know that he's going to try and end up throwing a curveball really low inside, and because he had a really good curveball, and trying to throw it low and into the lefty, trying to get me trying to ground out somewhere. So I just kind of relaxed, took a deep breath, and just tried to put the bat on the ball and let something happen. I wasn't really aiming for the hole, to hit the ball between first and second. I just saw the ball, I saw the break, stayed with it, put the bat on the ball, and once I saw that ball go to the infield, it was just a shot of adrenaline just went right through me. It was, I can't believe I did it. I just hit the base when it hit. But I mean, it's a tribute to my teammates, because guys had to get on base, guys had to put me in that situation. We had to fight. We had to score 11 runs in the first place in order to get there.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. In Saturday night's Game 2, first baseman Doug Jennings began the proceedings with a first-inning 2-run home run that staked Long Island to an early lead. For the second consecutive night, Justin Davies played the hero, singling off the glove of third baseman Brad Strauss to drive home Rodriguez for a 5-4 win in the game and a 2-0 Ducks series lead.
I remember sitting in the dugout, maybe a couple innings before, saying, you know what, it'd be cool if I had the opportunity to do this again. And it finally presented itself, I was like, wow, I mean, this is something else. I mean, here I am, I have an opportunity to do this, but I was facing Rizzo. And it's not a guy that I don't really care to face. You know, he's a left-handed thrower, he's got a hard cutter. He's a really good pitcher, and I said, all right, this is not going to be easy. And once again, I just tried to put the bat on the ball and make something happen. I think I had less than 2 outs this time. And you know, the infield was in, Brad Strauss was in, and I just hit a little chopper right over his head. Nothing great, nothing too fancy, just luck of the bounce. And we did it. And I remember seeing that ball going over his glove and saying, holy cow, this is unbelievable to do that again.
With the series switching sites to Campbell's Field in Camden, New Jersey for Sunday night's Game 3, the Ducks sent their best to the Hill, Bill Pulsipher, to try to clinch the Atlantic League Championship. Camden broke out on top early, plating 3 runs on 4 hits in the top of the first off Bill Pulsipher, and the score remained 3-0 into the 5th inning, with River Sharks ace Lincoln Mickelson tossing a no-hitter against Long Island through the first 4 innings. After Jason Johnson singled to break up the no-no, Rusty McNamara scalded a shot down the left field line that scored Doug Jennings for the first Long Island run. Matt Garrick followed that with a sac fly to left that plated Johnson, cutting the Camden lead to 3-2. In the 7th, Long Island took the lead for good as McNamara drove home Jennings for the tying run, and Kevin Baez was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded to give Long Island its first lead of the game. After Long Island went quietly in the top of the 8th, manager Don McCormick called once again on closer Bill Seamus. The appearance was the first for Seamus since his save against Nashua in the deciding game of the divisional playoffs, and McCormack, along with the hundreds of Flock faithful in attendance, was hoping for more of the same. Seamus didn't disappoint. After setting down the Sharks 1-2-3 in the 8th, he retired the first 2 batters he faced in the 9th inning before allowing a single to Chris Wakeland.
He comes to the belt with his glove, and the 0-1 is popped in the air, right center field. Justin Davies going over with Jason Johnson. Jason Johnson makes the catch! He makes the catch! The Ducks win 4-3, and the Long Island Ducks have swept the Camden River Sharks. They are the 2004 Atlantic League champions. They will hoist the trophy in this, their 5th anniversary season, and they are mobbing each other outside the Long Island dugout. The entire team is there.
The Ducks became the first team in Atlantic League history to win every playoff game of their championship march by just 1 run. storybook ending to a magical season, original Duck Justin Davies was named the Atlantic League Championship Series MVP. In the series, Davies had 2 walk-off game-winning hits, batted .385 with a triple, 4 runs scored, and 3 RBI. You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on liducks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. The Ducks had completed their sweep of the Camden River Sharks, and they were now the champions of the Atlantic League. Following a wild post-game clubhouse celebration, owner Frank Bolton commandeered the championship hardware to ensure its safety.
I've had other trophies in other leagues. Like I said, I've won championships, and I know that's probably a really good idea for the owner or the person in charge to take that trophy, because it could end up along the Dusty Trail in any one of the local establishments in the Philadelphia area. So I thought best that I take the trophy home, that it would get home, and it would be pretty much safe. If anyone's seen that trophy, it's got a few dings in it, and I'm sure that maybe in past years that didn't go directly to the front office.
On Monday, September 27th, the Ducks returned to Central Islip victorious and were greeted by fans in a vast array of fire trucks to welcome their bus home with a celebratory water cannon salute.
This is kind of a surprise here to have the fire department here. It's kind of a nice touch. And this is what we came here to do. We started the season. We knew we had a good ball club, and we finished it off right. And it's a blast.
Talk about the resilience of this club. Every time they had to win, you guys just found a way to do it.
Well, you know, this is the best group of guys, team-wise, I've ever played on. You know, we really pull for each other. We live each at bat and each pitch with each other, and I think that's why we're so resilient, is because we have so much of a support system, and it shows, because you know, when guys come back in the dugout, there's their support right there for you. So everybody wants to do well for everybody else.
Boy, there's been a lot of hard work and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears put into this, you know, and we're going to enjoy every minute and every second of it. And it's gonna go on probably all winter long too, and everybody's gonna remember this moment. And God, we just are having so much fun right now. We really are.
Following all the hoopla, one thing was for certain. Long Island had its first professional baseball championship, and the fun had just begun. From the hopes of spring training to their first ever playoff berth, to their first playoff win, and ultimately to their first Atlantic League championship, the 5th anniversary season in 2004 was one that will never be forgotten by the Long Island Ducks and their fans. You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on liducks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. Hi, I'm Chris King, the radio and TV voice of your Long Island Ducks. 2004 was a very special season for the Ducks, both on and off the field. From the first pitch of spring training until the final out of their championship victory, there were packed houses, nail-biting wins, and enough excitement to last a lifetime. During the Ducks' first ever trip to the Atlantic League playoffs, each of their 6 games was decided by just one run, with the Ducks winning 5 of those. In putting together this championship DVD, we'll take a walk down memory lane and take you step by step through the Long Island Ducks' 2004 Atlantic League Championship. Following another close call at the end of the 2003 season, the Ducks had finished second in 6 of 8 halves through their first 4 seasons of play and still had never qualified for a playoff spot. After a winter full of organizational meetings and player signings, the team headed down to spring training loaded with talent, brimming with confidence, and eager to prove that this team was different.
Well, when we got down to spring training, it was we kind of realized that this was kind of a special group of guys. And we all clicked from the very beginning, and our mission was, you know, if we're going to be in the independent league and nobody's going to give us an opportunity to go play in organized ball, then we're going to try to do the absolute best that we can with our team. And like I said, we felt like we had a special talent and a special group of guys, and it was our goal to go out and win the championship.
He is all business on that 5th day. I tell you, he has his good times and whatever, and keeps everybody loose up to that point, and then, it's business day.
I expect to win, and I expect to win pretty much with the whole pitching staff. When you get Bill out there, he's going to fight you. He's going to fight you to the end. He never wants to come out, and that's always good.
Of the 25 players on Long Island's opening day roster, 14 had major league experience, highlighted by a pitching staff that featured Bill Pulsifer, Matt Beach, Matt DeWitt, Bill Seamus, and Lance Davis, all of whom had experienced success at the big league level.
Every spring training, especially with the Ducks, you go into it of not knowing how long you're going to keep your guys, and that's always a concern. But when we walked out on the field the first day, when Pulsifer and Seamus showed up, there was no longer any worry of what type of clubhouse we were going to have. The camaraderie was there just with those 2 individuals, and as a coach, as a manager, when you know your camaraderie is good, it solves a lot of problems. So everybody else was going to fit into place. All the guys that we had from the previous year, we knew were very good guys, very good individuals, and we pride ourselves with the Ducks of bringing in good individuals, not just statistics, but they got to be good people to play here. And as soon as we had those 2 guys, we knew we were set.
As the season began, Long Island came out of the gates on fire, emerging victorious in each of their first 6 games.
4, and the Ducks win the game. Final score, Long Island Ducks 5, Pennsylvania Road Warriors 4.
By the end of the season's first month, Long Island was on a roll, in first place with a 16-7 record.
We had a lot of guys returning from the year before. It was myself and Barty and Doug and JJ and stuff. Well, those guys, I know they remember the hurt that we felt in that last game and how close we were to it. And then getting guys like Pulsifer and Seamus and Lance and Beach and those guys in the beginning of the year, we knew we had a staff that could take us all the way. Of course, the big question was how long were we going to have them for? Which comes across every year with the Ducks, is that we start off great, and if somehow or another the guys get picked up, which is what the league is for, and but it hurts our team club. and we never seem to make the playoffs because we got guys leaving, and sometimes you just can't replace those guys.
By mid-June, however, 3 of Long Island's top pitchers had been signed to Major League organizational deals. Clint Weibel was the first to go, followed by Matt DeWitt and Matt Beach. Following their departures, the Ducks hit a skid and, following a July 5th loss at the hands of the Nashua Pride, found themselves 1 game behind the arch-rival Bridgeport Bluefish with just 7 games remaining in the season's first half. Despite regaining their footing in the following series against Pennsylvania, the Ducks found themselves needing a sweep of Bridgeport in the half's final series in order to earn a berth in the Atlantic League playoffs. All the Bluefish needed was 1 victory in the 3-game set, and the Ducks' playoff hopes would be dashed yet again. And the Ducks would have to do it against their arch rivals on the road in a ballpark in which their playoff dreams died in the last week of the 2000 season. They'd also have to do it in a ballpark where they'd only won 13 times in 37 games coming into the season. You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. Despite regaining their footing in the following series against Pennsylvania, the Ducks found themselves needing a sweep.
The 3-game series with Bridgeport between the July 10th through the 12th was quite an exciting series, and it was great to have the fans coming over. I mean, there was so many little facets of that particular series that was going into play that not a lot of people, unless you'd been around and been a part of the Long Island Duck organization for a while, would really understand the complexity of it. With that veteran team that we had, you know, we knew that if we just went in and played 1 game at a time, which is of course very cliche, but yet it's very applicable for the situation. You know, if we win the first couple of games, you know, that we would put the pressure back on them, and that's what we did. The Monday night game, you know, after it being called after the 9 innings, was very frustrating for all of us, both teams in general.
I know the feeling after the game, that last night when it was raining, we were in the clubhouse and we were going, this can't happen. I mean, we can't end it like this. We had just come back. I mean, we battled our butts off. And so did Bridgeport. I mean, it was a great series that we played against them. We beat them the first 2 games of the series. It came down to that last game. They had scored a couple runs in the beginning, and we fought back to tie it. And you know, it came down to the 9th inning, and we were playing in the rain the whole game. And when they called the game and took us off the field because of the rain, it was like kind of mind-boggling. It's like, what are we doing? We've been playing in this for 9 innings. I mean, just all it takes is we finish 9 innings. You know, the next person to score will win.
So the Long Island Ducks headed home. The July 12th game was declared a tie, with a new August 9th game rescheduled to be played in its entirety and no playoff spot yet secured. Despite the fact that they had come so far, the Ducks had no closure. The second half would begin on Friday night, but there was still 4 weeks of baseball to play before the first half champion would be declared.
Well, so we start the second half of the season. We don't know who the first half champion is, and we're going to play that game 2.5, 3 weeks out. It really kept the tension around here at a certain pitch. Certainly kept all the fans' interest. We started to point our whole season towards 1 game, and that's sort of good and it's sort of bad. For the fans, it was you know, high drama. For us in our organization, it was high drama. For the ball players, so we were all focused in on that August 9th game.
And while the Ducks would have to wait for their chance to play for their first ever playoff spot, they would continue their pursuit of individual and team records that would fall during the magical 2004 season.
The Ducks' second half playoff drive has begun. But wait a minute, what about the first half?
Good question.
Something you've never even heard in baseball. You know, just like, let's put off the first half until a month later.
Because of a rainout, the Ducks and Bluefish have yet to decide who won the North Division. They'll replay the game in its entirety August 9th.
I mean, we definitely had momentum in our favor, and it was just too bad that it just had to stop like it did.
To have it end like that was really disappointing. We have some guys that do real well now. Who knows if Doug, Kamara Barty or Pulsifer is going to be here come August 9th.
That could really change things.
They were a big part of our team.
"19 days and counting till August 9th.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on liducks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. When August 9th finally arrived, the team and its fans were ready.
My guys are ready to go. They're ready to play this game. As I'm sure these guys are too. I mean, it's about the playoffs. I mean, there's a couple reasons why these players are all here in this league. One to get back to organizations, and the other getting to playoffs. And here it is right here on the table for them. So now it's whoever's the hungriest.
With more than 700 loyal Duck fans in attendance in Bridgeport, everything was on the line once again for Long Island's hometown team. In a game dubbed "One Game for All the Marbles" by Bridgeport officials, the Bluefish took an early 3-0 advantage against the Ducks and starter Brian Ricard.
Count 1 ball, 2 strikes to Avila.
And again, Lou, the rosters of these teams is quite different from what it was the last time we played this game on July 12th. The Ducks do have Garrick back. The Bluefish have Willis Otanez and DJ Boston back, but Long Island has lost Bill Pulsifer, Lance Davis, and Manny Ulloa, 3 of their best pitchers who've gone on to affiliated teams.
Beautiful pitch on the inside corner, and Ricard ends the inning, but
the Ducks showed their mettle, battling back and tying the game on Kamara Barty's 2-out, 2-run home run in the 5th inning off Bluefish ace Tim Kaine.
Delivers, swing and a miss, tied him up inside, and Kaine works ahead 0-2.
And a chance for Kamara to get some retribution, Lou, as it was Kamara Barty who popped out to second base back in the 3rd inning with the bases loaded and 1 away. So he gets another chance here to at least drive in 1 run if he can bring in Cole Liniak from second.
Oh-2 pitch, swung on and drilled to deep left field. Going back is Otanez. It's gone. A home run for Barty. A 2-run shot. And we are all tied at 4.
Well, for Kamara Barty, his team-leading 18th home run.
We were down early, so we were like, all right, now we got to fight back. But once you hit that 2-run home run and we're dead even, it's a whole new game. It's like, all right, it's 0-0. Now it's our game. We have the momentum. Let's take it. Let's go all the way with this.
Now Andrew Salvo. Be interesting to see if he tries to bunt here.
I would think so.
Bridgeport thinking bunt. Lou Ulloa now coming in at 3rd, and Salvo bunts it. It's a good-looking bunt, and they're going to go to first. For a second, Sherman thought about going to second, but then got the sure out at first base. Salvo does his job, sacrifice bunt, sends Rodriguez down to second, and he is the potential go-ahead run for the Ducks.
Well, Andrew Salvo practices that bunt every day in batting practice, and in the biggest spot of the season for Long Island, he comes through as manager Don McCormack there, playing small ball here in a tie game, and now he hopes that Kevin Baez, who's had the best defensive play of the game for Long Island, can come through with some offense.
Well, the Duck fans making some noise now. Baez and Justin Davies will try to give the Ducks the lead. Baez swings and lifts it deep down the right field line. Pennyfeather is there, makes the catch. Rodriguez is going to try to go. Pennyfeather's throw is into the stands, and Rodriguez will score on the overthrow. Long Island takes the lead. It's 5-4 Ducks.
Well, can you believe it? Will Pennyfeather, who had the best catch of the game for the Bluefish and one of the best arms in the Atlantic League, just threw one into the seats, into the Duck fan section.
And as he did, Louis Rodriguez, who was tagging, is able to circle third and score. The Ducks have their first lead of the game in the top of the ninth on a Will Pennyfeather overthrow.
With the Ducks now holding a 1-run lead, Long Island called on closer Bill Seamus for the final 3 outs.
And the Bluefish now down to their last strike.
And much like they do at Citibank Park, the Duck fans are on their feet throughout this ballpark, hundreds of them, standing and cheering for what they hope will be strike 3.
No balls, 2 strikes to Boston. Seamus gets the sign. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The Long Island Ducks have won the first half championship in the Atlantic League's North Division. And the Ducks will go to the playoffs for the first time in franchise history.
And you see the jubilation on the mound. It has taken them 4 years, 3 months, and 12 days since the first pitch in franchise history was thrown back in April of 2000. But there will be postseason baseball on Long Island come September for the first time ever. And that guy, Bill Seamus, is the happiest man on the field.
The Ducks battle back.
Once
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com.
Michael Pollack back here with you at Regency Furniture Stadium in Waldorf, Maryland. We appreciate your patience for the second night in a row as we await out a rain delay. It appears as though the rain has passed. Dark clouds still up in the sky, but the word is that the rain has passed us. We had a pretty decent thunderstorm that came through. Some lightning, some thunder, and mostly a lot of rain, but it did produce a lovely arcing rainbow going out from behind the scoreboard out in right field in Regency Furniture Stadium all the way out on the third base stand. So that got many of the fans pulling out their cameras and camera phones and snapping some pictures of that. But ultimately, the tarp is off the field. The umpires are back on the field. Players have returned and have been getting prepared to resume baseball. And the word is that 8 o'clock we should have baseball once again. It was a good start for the Ducks to this game. 3 runs in the opening inning against Major League veteran Pat Mish, who is making his first appearance with the Blue Crabs. Phelan Lentini singled to left through the hole between third and short to start off the game. Delta Cleary Jr., as is often the case, sacrificing him over to second base. Nolan Reimold then came to the plate. Phelan Lentini stole third base on the first pitch to Reimold and then scored on a sacrifice fly, foul territory down the right field line. So Reimold with his first RBI as a member of the Ducks, and then with 2 outs in the inning, Mark Krause doubled just inside the foul line down the right field line, just fair. And that was followed up by a mammoth 2-run home run off the bat of Nate Fryman, the first home run of the season for the Long Island Ducks, went way out in left center, out above the bumper boat pool. And so Fryman's first of the season, 3rd home run as a Duck last year in 6 games with Long Island before his contract was purchased by the Red Sox, hit 2 home runs. Both of them came in a single game in Bridgeport. And so that gave the Ducks a 3-0 lead. Cody Puckett grounded out to third to end the inning, and then immediately the tarp was brought onto the field between innings as they expected the rain, and they certainly got it. But the grounds crew has done a tremendous job. This field notoriously has had some trouble with drainage, and when it has rained, we've seen a lot of puddles all around the warning track. It's taken quite a while in the past to clean it up, but I'll tell you what, this is a brand new playing surface that the Blue Crabs got, very similar to what the Ducks got at Bethpage Ballpark during the offseason. They have a brand new playing surface which will debut on opening night a week from tonight, April the 28th, when the Ducks host the New Britain Bees. It looks spectacular, and this field here also looks great. It is among the best that I have seen it since I have been a part of the Ducks organization on my trips down here to Southern Maryland. It looks great. We very rarely saw any sort of puddles that formed on the warning track during the rain, and the field looks dynamite right now, and it's just a matter of waiting for the players to be ready to go. Rafael Perez, another Major League veteran and left-hander who spent parts of 7 seasons in the big leagues with the Cleveland Indians, will take the mound for the Ducks when we resume play. This rain delay now officially at 1 hour and 2 minutes. Last night we had a 46-minute rain delay between the end of the 7th and the beginning of the 8th inning. And today we played a half inning. 3 runs came across, and then the skies opened. So we will resume play here momentarily, and then hopefully be able to finish the rest of this game without any sort of difficulty weather-wise. These two teams have 2 more games remaining on this 4-game weekend series to open up the season. Tomorrow, it'll be a matchup of local natives. For the Ducks, Long Island native Keith Couch, who was born in Mineola, now resides at Elmont, will take the mound. And for the Blue Crabs, veteran Darrell Thompson, who is from La Plata, Maryland, nearby, a longtime Blue Crabs player, will take the mound for Southern Maryland. So, like tonight where we've got a matchup of Major League veteran Southpaws, tomorrow night will be the matchup of the local products. And then on Sunday, Tim Melville, who pitched with the Cincinnati Reds in the major leagues last season, will take the mound. And Blue Crabs veteran Brian Grenning will take the mound, opposing him, a matchup of right-handers to close out this series. We mentioned it on last night's broadcast. We don't expect the starting pitchers to go too deep into games here in the early going. It was just a week and a half of spring training. Some guys were in Major League spring trainings and got their work in before they came to Atlantic League spring training, but still not that much time. So John Brownell, who normally goes very deep into games, went 5 innings last night. He threw 82 pitches. Justin DeFreitas was able to keep his pitch count somewhat down and got through 84 pitches in 6 innings before he was lifted. I certainly don't expect that we'll see Perez or Mish, assuming that they're able to settle in and pitch pretty well, much more than 5 innings tonight. And that is why it is imperative to have strong bullpens. We saw that from the Ducks last night. 4 relievers: Zach Treese, Amalio Diaz, Chinwe Sao, and Tyler Wilson combining for 4 scoreless innings to close out the game. And a reminder, too, that the rosters in the early part of the season can hold 27 players up until May 31st. And after May 31st, they will shrink down to 25. But the Ducks have taken the field here in Southern Maryland, which means we are just about ready to resume play. Rafael Perez on the mound for Long Island, taking his warm-up tosses. And he is getting set to make his Long Island Ducks debut. To refresh your memory, if you are just joining us, here is the starting lineup for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Gary Brown leads off in center field. Danny Muno, the second baseman, will bat second. Hitting third is the first baseman, and that is Zach Wilson. And in the cleanup spot, the designated hitter is Michael Snyder. Batting fifth in left field, Corey Vaughn. Zach Cohn is the right fielder. He hits sixth. Patrick Palmero at third base, batting seventh. The 8 hitter is the shortstop, Edwin Garcia. And rounding out the order is the catcher and former Duck, Mike Blank. Southern Maryland lineup basically the same as it was yesterday, except that Blank, who was in the 7th spot yesterday, has moved down to the 9th spot. And Palmero and Garcia each move up. Well, we are just about ready to resume baseball here after a rain delay that's currently at 1 hour and 6 minutes. Second consecutive night in which we have had to wait out a rain delay. The Ducks hoping that the final result of tonight's game will be the exact same as it was last night, and that is a victory. So here is Gary Brown to the plate, batting from the right side. Rafael Perez on the mound, stands in from the left side. He works out of the stretch for Long Island. And the first pitch from Rafael Perez is right down the middle for strike 1. So officially 1 hour and 6 minutes on the rain delay. We resume play at exactly 8 o'clock, right on time like the Blue Crabs said. 0-1 is downstairs. And that will even up the count at a ball and a strike on Brown, who was 1 for 4 last night in the season opener with a walk. This 1-8 came in the first inning against John Brownell. Perez set at the belt. He fires. Brown takes a fastball on the outside corner for strike 2. But one thing we also have to wonder is whether or not Pat Mish is going to be able to continue. He had gotten hot, pitched in the first inning, although he struggled, allowing 3 runs on 3 hits. And I'm looking down at the Blue Crabs bullpen down the left field line. There's action going on right now, a right-hander, so Mish might be done after just 1 inning. Here, a swing and a miss, strike 3. Brown chasing down in the dirt. Tag applied by Alex Berg. First strikeout of Rafael Perez's Ducks career. And there's the first out here in the bottom of the first inning. Defensively for the Ducks here tonight, same starting 9 as yesterday. Nolan Reimold in left, Delta Cleary Jr. in center, and Phelan Lentini is around in right. On the infield, it's Cody Puckett at third, Dan Lyons at short. The second baseman is Elmer Reyes, Nate Fryman around at first. Alex Berg calls balls and strikes behind home plate. And on the mound, Rafael Perez, the 6'3", 195-pound left-hander, born in the Dominican Republic, now resides in Freeport on Long Island. First pitch is a bit high for ball 1 to the second baseman, Danny Muno, a switch hitter batting from the right side against the lefty Perez. The only switch hitter in the lineup for Southern Maryland, the only non-righty hitter for the Blue Crabs. A line drive here to right center field, hit well. Back goes Lentini and Cleary Jr. It's in between them, and it's going to roll all the way to the wall. Muno off to the races. He is going to round second and head for third. The relay throw from Elmer Reyes is not in time, and Danny Muno has himself a triple. Well, it is Death Valley in right center field here in Southern Maryland, a long way out. It's 348 feet down the line, and the wall goes out to a diagonal, going even further back before it cuts across over to center field. And if it gets between the outfielders, most likely the batter's going to have himself a 3-bagger, and for Muno, it's his first extra base hit of the season. So he is now 3 for 5 to start off his Blue Crabs career. Runner at third with 1 out. And up to the plate steps the righty swinging Zach Wilson. First pitch to Wilson, ripped on the ground, foul down the third base line, right behind the back of one of the Blue Crabs coaches. So the count 0-1 on Wilson, who was 2 for 5 in last night's game. Getting the sign is Perez. He comes set at the belt. Kick in the delivery. Wilson foul tips this one into the glove of Berg. Good off-speed pitch that time from Perez, diving down and in. And the left-hander ahead in the count, 0-2 on Wilson. Blue Crabs first baseman, a returner from a year ago, had a strong season for Southern Maryland. 19 home runs, 70 runs batted in last year. 0-2 from Perez. Breaking ball is a called strike 3. Wow, Zach Wilson can't believe it. That pitch looked down from our vantage point. It's definitely over the plate, but it appeared to drop out of the strike zone. So strike 3 is called. Second strikeout of the inning for Perez. And with 2 away, that will leave it up to Michael Snyder. You can hear the reaction of the fans. They all thought it was down as well. But Perez gets the call, so with 2 down, that leaves it up to Snyder from the right side. 25 home runs last season for Southern Maryland. And Perez will step off the rubber and go through the signs again. It appears that Austin Fleet is the right-hander warming up for Southern Maryland down the left field line. Cannot tell for sure. But it looks as though Pat Mish will last only 1 inning tonight. Swing and a miss. It's an excellent off-speed pitch there by Rafael Perez. Almost looks like a changeup a bit, but has a little bit more movement than you would see from a changeup, so it might be a curve. But he's had some of the hitters off balance here in the early going. So 0-1 on Snyder, who was 1 for 4 with a double last night. Pitch on the way is rocketed to deep left field, but seems like this will stay in the yard as Nolan Reimold will make the catch. A nice job by Perez to work around the 1-out triple. So in the inning, no runs, 1 hit, and 1 left on base for the Blue Crabs. We have now played 1 full here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Ducks with a 3-0 lead.
Hey fans, this is shortstop Dan Lyons, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
PSEG Long Island is making things work for you with over 10 energy efficiency programs that can help you save on your monthly electric bill. From our free online energy analyzer and in-home energy assessments to rebates on energy-efficient air conditioning, even discounts on LED light bulbs. Helping you save on electricity is our job. What to do with your savings?
Flight 85 now boarding for the Magic of Orlando.
Is entirely up to you. Visit psegLINY.com/save money. Just one more way PSEG Long Island is making things work for you.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the picnic area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owls party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
We move to the second inning with the Ducks ahead 3-0 over the Blue Crabs. Time for the Ducks Health Report, which is brought to you by Island Shore Physical Therapy, the official therapists of the Long Island Ducks. Ducks are a healthy bunch going into today's ball game. And so as we begin the season, Long Island is in the shape it wants to be in and has quite a lot of Major League talent, 38 combined seasons of Major League experience in this roster, and there have been several around the organization that have been speaking about this team as they have watched, and many have said that they don't know of another team that has been this talented going into the season on paper as this Ducks roster. And obviously it showed in the 7-1 win last night, and already here early with 3 runs on the scoreboard. That's obviously up for debate, but a very talented roster, no doubt, going into the year. Austin Fleet has taken over on the mound for the Blue Crabs, and his first pitch to Dan Lyons is a fastball inside, 1-0. So MLB veteran Pat Mish lasts just 1 inning because of the rain delay. At least that is what we would have to think as to why he came out of the game. He would have had to sit for an hour and 6 minutes before getting hot again as Dan Lyons puts a charge into one in the center. Back goes Gary Brown, but he will have room and make the catch just in front of the warning track. Out in center field, just to the left of the batter's eye as we view it from behind home plate, 1 away. So good swing by Lyons, but ultimately an out. 1 away, that'll bring up Alex Berg. Pat Mish goes 1 inning, 3 hits, 3 runs, all earned. The sac fly by Reimold and the 2-run home run by Nate Fryman. He did not walk or strike out a batter. So with 1 away, here is the catcher, Alex Berg, to the plate. He bats from the right side for Long Island. Fleet works out of the windup. And his first pitch inside almost caught Berg on the arm, 1-0. Alex Berg last night was 1 for 5 in his Ducks debut, scored a run. .1-0 delivery and a half swing, but Berg did go around, so there is strike 1. Fleet in his 8th professional season, his first here in the Atlantic League, spent 7 years in the San Francisco Giants organization as he reached as high as AAA with them. 1-1 to Berg, misses the inside corner, a little bit down as well. 2-1 the count on Berg, who last season was in the Texas Rangers organization at AA Frisco and AAA Round Rock. Infield straight away for Berg. The wind and the offering to the plate. Berg a swing and a miss late on the fastball that time from Fleet. And that'll even things up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Most of the crowd still here. Not many left after the rain, unlike last night, although at that point it was so late in the game already. 2-2 to Berg. A fly ball foul down the right field line. Good cut. Stays alive at the plate. He will be followed by Ducks second baseman Elmer Reyes. Fleet looks in for the sign from Blank. Rocking left to right on the mound as he looks in for it. Now he'll step off and go through the signs yet again. Blue Crabs in their light blue jerseys, while the Ducks wear the alternate orange for a second day in a row. Now Fleet is ready. Here's the 2-2 delivery. And Berg hits a high fly ball out to deep left field. You can forget it. Way out over the picnic area and left, a solo home run for Alex Berg. His first with the Ducks. Long Island's second long ball in as many innings, and it's 4-0 Ducks here in the second. What a drive by Alex Berg. He got all of that pitch from Austin Fleet and crushed it over the picnic area just to the left of that Crime Solver sign that it looked like Fryman hit with his 2-run blast. So after going homerless in the opener of the season last night, the Ducks have hit 2 in 2 innings tonight, and they lead by 4. Here is Elmer Reyes to the plate from the right side. And the fastball misses low and inside from Fleet, 1-0. Reyes 3 for 5 in the season opener. He and Mark Krause each had 3 hits, for Long Island. Reyes the only extra base hit of the night for the Ducks last evening out of 13 hits, as he had a double and a run. This misses down in the zone from Fleet to Reyes. Now 2 balls and no strikes. So that home run, the second of the season for the Ducks. If they hit 100 home runs this year, they will have met the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. Chappie's Funeral Homes will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. Reyes, a hot shot past the diving Palmero into left field for a base hit. So Reyes will stop at first, now 4 of 6 to begin the season. Now the Ducks already with 5 hits up on the scoreboard. And they are flexing their muscles in the early going of 2017. So Reyes is on with 1 out. Back to the top of the order we go, and Phelan Lantini will have his second appearance of the night at home plate. Fleet will work out of the stretch with Reyes on at first. Not too much of a speed threat is Elmer Reyes, as he takes his lead, being held on there by Zach Wilson. First pitch on the way, and Lantini takes downstairs for ball 1 again. Even guys that might not have the best of speed certainly can have their chance to run against Mike Blank. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Kevin Baez knows Blank well from the past 2 seasons, and one of the biggest knocks on Blank was his difficulty throwing out runners on the base paths. Lantini out in front of this pitch as he chases down in the zone. Good changeup from Austin Fleet, and that'll even up the count at 1-1. Lantini opened the game with a single in between third and short. Moved to second on a sac bunt, stole third base, his second stolen base of the year, and scored on the sac fly off the bat of Nolan Reimold. Here's the 1-1 delivery. Lantini hits a high pop-up foul, first base side of home plate. This will go into the seats. And the count now 1-2. Well, darkness has fallen upon us here at Regency Furniture Stadium, another game that will go late into the night. Yesterday's game did not end up finishing until 10:22 after it started at 6:35 because of the rain delay, and tonight another rain delay, this time out an hour and 6 minutes. Fleet kicks and fires, and Lantini takes under the hands inside for ball 2. So that will even up the count on the Ducks right fielder. Long Island certainly has put together a fine outfield with Lantini, Cleary Jr., and Reimold in the lineup tonight. Angelo Sanko, who's a big power hitter and appeared briefly in last night's game, is also on their roster. Ground ball past the mound to short, could be 2. Flip to second 1, on to first, double play. So nicely turned 6-4, 3 double play off the bat of Phelan Lantini. That will end the inning. The Ducks, though, add another run on 2 hits. The big hit, a solo home run over the wall in left by Alex Berg. And after an inning and a half, it's the Ducks 4 and the Blue Crabs nothing.
Hey fans, this is outfielder Delta Cleary Jr. and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Radisson Hotel, Hauppauge, Long Island. It's centrally located on the North Shore of Long Island and offers a home away from home for both business and leisure guests. The Radisson Hotel, Hauppauge, Long Island features an indoor pool, 24-hour business center, a fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi in all guest rooms. Enjoy the contemporary American cuisine at the Fountain Grill restaurant or grab a quick bite to eat at Cafe Pronto. And best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Radisson Hotel, Hauppauge, Long Island, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 631-231-1100 today. That's 631-231-1100.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by Clear Vision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to. Well, Ducks fans, there's no better time than right now to sign up the young Ducks fan in your life for the Bethpage Federal Credit Union Long Island Ducks Kids Club. Children 14 and under will receive exciting gifts, discounts on merchandise, and unique experiences that only come with being a member. So sign up today. You can visit liducks.com or call 631-940-3825. Michael Pollack here with you in Southern Maryland. Thanks so much for tuning in once again tonight on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network, bringing you all the action in live streaming HD and video and audio from Southern Maryland via Boxcast. We've got it coming to you on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and liducks.com. We hope you're enjoying it as we debut this new broadcast platform this season. To the second inning we go, with the Ducks in front of the Blue Crabs 4-0. Led by home runs from Nate Fryman and Alex Berg here in the early going. Corey Vaughn will lead off the frame against Rafael Perez. The Ducks left-hander kicks and fires to the plate. Swing and a miss. Good off-speed pitch. Diving down in the zone, Alex Berg pointed his glove out to the mound as to say, hey, nice pitch there. I'd say nice pitch, kid, but Perez, 34 years old, a veteran of professional baseball. Vaughn awaits, and the delivery. It's down in the dirt. This time he would not chase. So that evens up the count at 1-1 on Vaughn, who last night was 0 for 2 in his first game with the Blue Crabs. Did draw a walk and was hit by a pitch up high on the back by John Brownell, completely unintentional, and fortunately for Vaughn, he was okay. That came in the inning where Southern Maryland scored their lone run last night, the fourth. On here, a broken bat, foul ball to the first base side. Another off-speed pitch from Perez. The ball was way out in front of it, and a large chunk of the head of the bat went foul to the left of the third base line. So he gets himself a new piece of lumber and will make his way back to home plate behind in the count 1-2. So back in is Vaughn. He is ready. Perez looks in for the sign from Berg, and now he is ready. And the 1-2 delivery. Swung on a line deep but foul down the left field line off of the windows of the Legends Club. A house-like structure at the top of the seating bowl down the third base line. Very similar to the Duck Club restaurant and bar at Bethpage Ballpark. Table seating, a full-service bar. Another 1-2 on the way. Vaughn takes the low and outside, would not go this time. And that will even up the count at 2-2. Vaughn will be followed in this inning by Zach Cohn, the right fielder, and Patrick Palmero, the third baseman. Perez gets the sign and comes set. Fires to the plate, and Vaughn takes the breaking ball low. So after falling behind, he has run the count full at 3-2. Rafael Perez, a 7-year Major League veteran, his entire career spent with the Cleveland Indians. Here comes the pitch, and that fastball is taken over the outside corner, a called strike 3. Painted the corner well and froze. Vaughn looking, third strikeout already for Perez, his second looking of the night, and there's one out. Perez, in his 7 years, appeared in 338 games at the Major League level, 21-12 record. He had a 3.64 earned run average, 3 saves as well in that time. And I accrued 268 strikeouts to just 117 walks in 329 innings of work. Swing and a miss. Blew the fastball by Zach Cohn. Good start to the at-bat by Perez. And the count 0-1. Cohn last night 1 for 3 with a run batted in and a sacrifice fly. Also committed an error out in right field that led to the Ducks' first run of the season in the top of the first inning. Perez set at the belt and the 0-1. High fly ball in the air to left. Nolan Reimold drifting in, and he will make the catch. Easy pop out off the bat of Cohn. 2 away for the Ducks. And that will leave it up to Blue Crabs third baseman Patrick Palmeiro. Perez did get some time to pitch in the Major League postseason. In fact, in 2007, was part of the Indians team that reached the American League Championship Series and nearly went to the World Series, as they defeated the Yankees in the American League Division Series, but took the loss in the ALCS against the Boston Red Sox. First pitch is grounded to short by Palmeiro. Lions charges fields and throws to first in time for the out. Rafael Perez retires the side in order, 1-2-3, making this another PSEG Long Island energy efficient inning. With energy efficiency programs from PSEG Long Island, saving on your electric bill is also as easy as 1-2-3. Visit PSEGLINY.com/save money. One more way, PSEG Long Island is making things work for you. We head to the third, Ducks 4, Blue Crabs nothing.
Hey fans, this is infielder Giovanni Alfonso, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
PSEG Long Island is making things work for you with over 10 energy efficiency programs that can help you save on your monthly electric bill. From our free online energy analyzer and in-home energy assessments to rebates on energy efficient air conditioning, even discounts on LED light bulbs. Helping you save on electricity is our job. What to do with your savings?
Flight 85 now boarding for the magic of Orlando.
Is entirely up to you. Visit PSEGLINY.com/save money. Just one more way PSEG Long Island is making things work for you.
Going way back is Joe Holden, and he is looking up, and that one is headed to field 5 at Robert Moses. The waves are gnarly, and the Ducks have tied it at 1. That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Nothing Ducks after 2 innings here at Regency Furniture Stadium in Southern Maryland. We head to the third. Austin Fleet back to the mound, and he will face Delta Cleary Jr., Nolan Reimold, and Mark Krause. Well, everybody is playing tonight in the Atlantic League. Last night it was just the Ducks and the Blue Crabs here. The Skeeters celebrating their Atlantic League championship from a year ago down in Texas against the Bluefish, a game the Skeeters won 5-2. But tonight everybody's in action. The Patriots and the Bees hosting their home openers as Somerset takes on Lancaster and New Britain hosts York. Get you some out-of-town score updates momentarily. First pitch on the way to Delta Cleary Jr. And that fastball in for a strike, 0-1. The Ducks center fielder who laid down a sacrifice bunt his first time up. Scoreless right now, top of the 5th inning at TD Bank Ballpark in Bridgewater, New Jersey, between the Patriots and the Barnstormers. Cleary Jr. takes high and inside, almost caught him on the right arm. Leaving up the count at 1-1. Logan Darnell at the plate currently on the mound, for Somerset, as he takes the opening night start against Brian Evans of Lancaster. Ground ball to the right side for Cleary Jr., gobbled up in the hole by Danny Muno, juggles, recovers though, and throws out Cleary Jr. at first. And there's one away. Right now, Lancaster out hitting Somerset 4-2 in the early going. Meanwhile, in New Britain, Connecticut, the York Revolution have a 5-1 lead over the New Britain Bees, top half of the 6th inning. Frank Gailey getting the opening night start for the Revolution. Meanwhile, Casey Coleman started for New Britain, lasted just 4 1/3 innings, and Mike Heppel is now on the mound. Nolan Reimold to the plate for Long Island. First pitch on the way from Fleet, and Reimold hits a ground ball to short. Charging in is Edwin Garcia. He fields and throws to first, and just did get Reimold. So Reimold retired on one pitch after a sacrifice fly in his first at-bat of the night. Quickly 2 away for the Ducks here in inning number 3. For York tonight, they have picked up RBIs in the early going from Isaiah Tejeda and Jared Mitchell. Travis Witherspoon has also driven in 2. New Britain lone RBI has come off the bat of Connor Bierfeld. So again, it's the Revolution in front 5-1. Here's Mark Krause, the lefty swinging designated hitter. Fleet winds and fires. Krause takes down in the zone 4, ball 1. Skeeters have opened up a 1-0 lead down in Sugarland against the Bluefish. Top half of the second inning. Michael Nix on the mound for Sugarland. And the defending Atlantic League Pitcher of the Year, Jonathan Albaladejo, on the mound for Bridgeport. Andy Wilkins has driven in the game's lone run thus far. Krause takes a fastball just off the inside corner. He is now ahead in the count 2-0. Krause in his first at-bat doubled to right. His 4th hit in 5 trips to the plate thus far for the Ducks. 5 at-bats, I should say. And then scored on the Nate Fryman homer. Krause here checks the swing, takes down and in. So he is ahead 3-0 with Fryman behind him. Yankees in an early hole. They trail the Pirates 4-1 in Pittsburgh at PNC Park. They're playing right now in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Pitch to Krause. That is in for a strike, knee high. And the count 3-1. Home runs thus far by Jordy Mercer and Josh Bell for Pittsburgh. CC Sabathia starting for the Yankees. And for the Pirates, it's Tyler Glasnow. 3-1 delivery. Krause takes a fastball. That one catches the inside corner, and the count even up, or runs full, I should say, at 3-2. Mets, meanwhile, hosting the Nationals, and it's Washington in front 3-2 as they play in the top half of the 5th inning. Michael Conforto, his 3rd home run of the year for the Mets. Payoff pitch to Krause, and he swings and fouls one off at home plate. For the Nationals, Bryce Harper has gone deep for his 7th of the year. Jose Lobaton hitting his 1st. Matt Harvey on the mound for the Mets, and Tanner Roark for Washington. So with the Ducks in front 4-0 here, and the count 3-2 on Mark Krause. Southern Maryland trying to retire the Ducks in order for the first time tonight. Fleet looks in for the sign from Blank. Now he is ready. The kick and the payoff pitch. Krause swings and misses for strike 3. So a good inning for Fleet as he retires the Ducks on 2 groundouts and a strikeout. No runs, no hits, nobody left after 2.5. Ducks 4 and the Blue Crabs nothing.
Hey fans, this is outfielder Phelant Lantini, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Oh, I love it! The color of my new Nicolat patio is so vibrant. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
You're welcome. I'm just going to go finish that Nicolat walkway now.
Make your pavers vivid Nicolat pavers. The best looking, most vibrant pavers with the most 3-color blends in the industry. Featuring Nicolat's exclusive paver shield and color blending technology. With color throughout and guaranteed not to fade. Live life in color with Nicolat. Visit Nicolat.com.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the Flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Well, Ducks fans, when Mark Krause struck out to end the top of the 3rd inning, that was the 15th out of tonight's ball game. Did you know that a 15-minute phone call to Geico could save you 15% or more on your car insurance? Get a free quote today. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. It's 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Ducks. No runs, 1 hit, and no errors thus far for the Blue Crabs. Rafael Perez has thrown 21 pitches in the course of his first 2 innings in a Ducks uniform and has struck out 3, allowing just a triple to Danny Muno with 1 out in the first. So the left-hander just about ready to go. And for Southern Maryland, it'll be their 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up to the plate this inning. Edwin Garcia to begin, followed by Mike Blank, and then Gary Brown. So here is Garcia, the shortstop, batting from the right side, 1 of 4 at the plate last night. Corner infielders playing in tight for Garcia. Fryman right behind the edge of the grass at first, and Puckett the same over at third. Fryman now creeps onto the grass. The first pitch to Garcia is taken low for ball 1. Garcia was teammates with the man that's just behind it to the right of him, Alex Berg, last season in Frisco and Round Rock in the Rangers organization. Combined to play 60 games for the 2 teams. This pitch misses upstairs from Rafael Perez. He's behind at 2 balls and no strikes. And Garcia hit .215 in those 60 games, no homers and 15 runs batted in. Two-0 on the way from Rafael Perez. That is lined into right field. Lentini will have to play this one on a couple of hops. It's a base hit. Good piece of hitting there by Garcia as he goes the opposite way and picks up Southern Maryland's second hit of the night. Well, we mentioned earlier Rafael Perez of Long Island. Last pitched during the regular season with Quintana Roo of the Mexican League during the 2015 season and put pretty gaudy numbers up. 13 starts, a 1.99 earned run average. He posted a 5-5 record in those 13 starts. Blank from the right side at the plate. And the first pitch from Perez is down in the dirt. Good block at home plate by Alex Berg. Down and to his left. And so the count 1-0. 81 in the third innings that season for Perez. 71 hits, 28 runs, 18 of which were earned. He walked just 15 batters and struck out 52. Did not pitch during the regular season last year, but he did play in winter baseball down in the Caribbean. Set at the belt. Perez fires, and Blanket's a high fly ball to left. It's hit pretty well. Reimold back to the warning track at the wall, and he makes the catch. Oh, Mike Blank came oh so close to his first Blue Crabs home run, but it comes just shy. And you know, he would have loved to hit it against his former team. But the ball stayed just in front of the grill number 13 mini monster, and there's the first out of the third inning. So Perez dodges a bullet there. And now back to the top of the order for the center fielder, Gary Brown. First pitch of the at-bat. And Brown takes a fastball over the inside corner for strike 1. Good job to paint the black there by Perez, who this past offseason, made 17 relief appearances for Gigantes del Cibao in the Dominican Winter League. 4-0 record and a 1.42 ERA. An off-speed pitch this time, but the changeup misses up and away. That'll even up the count at 1-1. So you look at those numbers during the regular season in 2015 in Mexico, during the offseason and winter ball in the Dominican this past year, and there's no reason why the Ducks wouldn't take a chance on bringing Perez to Long Island. Fastball here, misses the inside corner. And the count goes to 2-1, and an extra bit of coincidence, I guess, but also a tremendous asset. Perez is a Long Island resident, Freeport, New York. He makes his home there. Probably about a 35 minute drive from the ballpark along the Southern State Parkway. Behind in the count, 2-1 here on Gary Brown, who struck out swinging back in the opening inning. Perez looking for the ground ball, something he has done quite a bit throughout his career, but has only got one of those tonight thus far. Fastball outside corner, knee high for a strike. Good pitch from Perez. Not much Brown could do with that. And the count even up at 2-2. Rain has passed us here for the time being. A little bit on the foggy side, but not too much. And the 2-2 delivery from Perez is a breaking ball low and inside. Brown thought about it, but held up. Count full at 3-2. We did mention earlier that the temperatures are going to dip tonight, and tomorrow should not be getting much above 55, 60 degrees after it was 80 during the day the past 2 days here in Waldorf. And the wind, which was blowing strongly earlier in the game, has since died down. So it will be a 3-ball, 2-strike pitch on the way. We'll see if the runner takes off. He does not. Now he goes, and this is grounded to third right along the line. Backhanded by Puckett. Only play is to first. Not in time. They say that Brown beat it out. It was close. Kevin Baez is going to come out to chat with Calvin Baker, the first base umpire. Cody Puckett juggled the baseball a little bit in his glove before he threw it on a first, and that might have been part of the reason why Brown was able to beat it out. Doesn't seem like an animated discussion at all for Kevin Baez, and he makes his way back to the dugout. Looks like they have ruled it a hit. They have put Southern Maryland's third hit up on the scoreboard, so they say that Brown just beat out the ground ball. So now all of a sudden, instead of a runner at second with 2 out, it is first and second with 1 out. And Danny Muno, who tripled off Perez, will step up to home plate. First pitch from the left-hander, and Muno takes a breaking ball on the inside corner for strike 1. Calvin Baker, who we just mentioned, the first base umpire, joined on the crew by Ian Kelly, who's calling balls and strikes behind home plate, and Silvio Martinez, who's over at third. Good to see him back after he took a foul ball off the chest, I was told, after the game yesterday, and it was either the 8th or the 9th inning. Change up here just missed the inside corner from Perez. I think Alex Berg wanted the strike call there, but didn't get it, and so now the count even up at 1-1 on Muno. Muno's now 3 for 5 to start off his Blue Crabs career after going 2 for 4 with a run and a walk last night. Runners lead from first and second with 1 out. Perez delivers, and Muno takes down in the zone 2-1. First 2 innings, Blue Crabs are fairly aggressive against Perez, only needed to throw 21 pitches to get through them. But he's had to work a little bit harder here this inning. Already up to 15 pitches in this inning. Here's the delivery. Muno takes, that's down and away. And Perez 1 ball away from loading up the bases for the dangerous Zach Wilson. A single to right to open the inning for Garcia. A deep fly out to the wall and left. And an infield single by Gary Brown. That's how we got to where we are. And now a dangerous pitch coming up here for Perez. Good hitters count at 3-1. Perez looks to second, deals to the plate, and this is fouled back to the screen. Up high on the first base side. So that'll even up the count at 3-2. Almost no way you'll see the Blue Crabs try the double steal here with only 1 out in the inning if Muno strikes out. Then Garcia likely would be out at third on the throwdown. See, they do take off, though, and the 3-2 is fouled off, first base side. Boy, the rule in baseball, they always tell you, you never want to make the first or the last out at third base. Now with 1 out here, if the runners take off on the double steal and Muno strikes out, then that sets up a chance where Garcia could be thrown out at third attempting to steal and be the last out of the inning. That's the last thing you want, is to kill a rally if you're Southern Maryland, with big-time power hitters waiting on deck and in the hole right now in Zach Wilson and Michael Snyder. So it'll be a 3-2 delivery with the runners leading from first and second and 1 out. Perez is ready to go. The runners lead. They go again, the 3-2, swung on and fouled off back behind the plate. Muno just did get a piece. New Blue Crabs manager John Harris, being aggressive here in the early going, wants to try and get those runners moved up, or at least get them a head start if Muno puts the ball in play. Also might be trying to just stay out of the double play if Muno hits a ground ball, as that too would end the inning. So we'll see if they take off for a third time. Perez comes set on the rubber. Runners thinking about it. Now they go 3-2. Line drive, base hit into right field. Around third comes Garcia. He will score. Going to third and stopping there is Brown. It's an RBI single for Danny Muno. The Blue Crabs are on the scoreboard. They close to within 4-1. Good piece of hitting by Muno as he smacks one through the right side. His second hit of the ball game, both the opposite way. Muno his first RBI of the season. For Garcia, his first run of the year. And that will bring Billy Horn, the pitching coach of the Ducks, out of the dugout to try and settle down Perez. Relative ease over the first 2 innings for the left-hander, but has struggled here in the third. 3 hits and 4 batters. And that ground ball to third, obviously a big turning point in this inning. If Puckett is able to get the throw over to first in time, second out with a runner at second. Again, the base hit, the runner would have still scored, but you never know how the inning might change if they get that second out. Instead, the throw to first beaten out by Gary Brown, as again it looked like Puckett might have double clutched the ball in his glove. They rule it a hit though. It looks like Long Island might start to get some action going in their bullpen down the right field line. So now the tying run will come to the plate in the form of Zach Wilson. 3-hitter and first baseman from the right side. He struck out looking his first time up. First pitch from Perez. Wilson taps one on the ground, foul at home plate. And it is 0-1. Wilson now 2 of 6 to begin the year after hitting .278 last season in 130 games for the Blue Crabs, 19 home runs and 70 runs batted in. Where's the high navy blue socks? Brown leads off at third, Muno off at first. Perez kicks and fires, runner from first goes, pitch is taken for a strike, no throw to second base. So Muno goes in there standing up with his first stolen base of the season. And the count now 0-2 on Zach Wilson. Let's see if Perez can get the important second out here with Wilson, and then we'll have to face Michael Snyder, who is on deck. Kick in the pitch, and Wilson hits a line drive in the air to center. Cleary Jr. won't get it. It's in for a base hit. Brown scores. Muno scores a 2-run single for Zach Wilson. 3 runs are in for the Blue Crabs, and they have closed to within 1 at 4-3. Despite getting ahead at 0-2, Zach Wilson is able to get the single off of Perez, his first 2 runs batted in of the year. Brown scores his first run, Muno his second of the season. And now the tying run is at first base and the go-ahead run at the plate in the form of Michael Snyder. My, things have changed for Perez after he dominated through the first 2 innings. 4 hits and 5 batters for Southern Maryland in this third inning. Snyder from the right side. First pitch swinging. That's line into left field for a base hit. Stopping at second is Wilson. That's now 4 consecutive singles for Southern Maryland. And you have to think the Ducks bullpen is getting working in a hurry. There is somebody warming up. We can't see who it is from our vantage point. Southern Maryland hitting the ball hard, one after the other. 3 straight hard hit singles by Muno, Wilson, and Snyder. And now the tying runs at second, the go-ahead run at first for Corey Vaughn, who was a strikeout victim his first time up. Perez set in his first pitch. Vaughn swings and misses. The Blue Crabs ready to hack right away. The count 0-1, still only 1 out in the inning on the fly out by Mike Blank, and that was a couple of feet shy of being a home run. Caught at the wall and left by Nolan Reimold. Runners take their leads. Fryman playing behind the runner at first. Perez delivers, and Vaughn takes a fastball off the inside corner. And that evens the count up at 1-1. In a matchup of two major league veteran left-handers, if Perez can't find a way to get out of trouble here quickly in the third, neither might make it past this third inning. Here comes the delivery. Swing and a miss as Vaughn chased down in the zone. And now Perez ahead in the count of 1-2, and he just needs it out right now. Obviously the ground ball double play would be a huge lift for him, but he is looking for any way to just get it out and get out of this streak in which he has given up 4 consecutive singles. Zach Cohn will be the next hitter, barring a double play. Here comes Perez's 1-2 pitch. Fires to the plate, and Vaughn swings and foul tips it into the glove of Alex Berg for strike 3. So strikeout number 4 on the night for Perez. An important second out here in this third inning. And now the 8th man to bat in the inning, Zach Cohn, will step up to home plate. Ducks maintaining their lead right now, but it has been cut from 4-1. Thanks to 3 runs and 5 hits in this third inning. Here is Zach Cohn, who flew out to left back in the second. Perez gets the sign and comes set. Wilson leads off second and Snyder off of first. Perez kicks and fires to the plate, and Cohn fouls this one off of the screen. First base side out of play, 0-1. Cohn 1 of 4 to start his year. Last year with AA Frisco in the Rangers organization, 36 games. Hit .208 with 5 home runs and 26 runs batted in. Elmer Reyes, the second baseman, shaded up the middle for Cohn, and Fryman continues to play behind the runner at first. Here's the 0-1 delivery. And Cohn swings and foul tips this one into the glove of Alex Berg for strike 2. Good velocity on that fastball from Rafael Perez. There's no radar gun here for us to see it, but you can just tell that Perez had a little extra zip on that pitch. So he's now gotten the count to 0-2 and a strike away from getting out of further trouble and keeping the Ducks in front by a run. Here's the 0-2 delivery. Perez, a long look in, now peers back to second, deals to the plate, and this is hit in the air to shallow left. Nolan Reimold drifting in and towards the line. He'll make the catch, and that will end the inning. Southern Maryland has gotten back in this game. They sent 8 men to the plate. They get 3 runs on 5 hits. No errors in the inning, and 2 left on base for the Ducks. Through 3 at Regency Furniture Stadium. It is now the Ducks 4 and the Blue Crabs 3.
Hey fans, this is infielder Elmer Reyes, and you're listening to Duck Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
M&V Limousines is the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks. Family owned and operated, they've been in the business for over 23 years. M&V Limousines offers coach buses with Wi-Fi and restrooms, party buses, exotic limousines, and so much more. Whether you're looking for transportation for weddings, proms, corporate outings, or long-distance trips, they've got the right vehicle for you. Visit their showroom in Comac or check them out online at mvlimo.com. M&V Limousines, the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks.
Family fun every time.
Beautiful evening for baseball.
Big action every time.
He reaches up, it's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season, and with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks baseball. Good times every time.
To the 4th inning we go here at Regency Furniture Stadium, a game that started off completely in the favor of Long Island. 3 runs in the first and another in the second has now turned the tables a little bit. Southern Maryland puts 3 runs on the scoreboard in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. And that has made this a 4-3 ball game. Time for today's fourth inning trivia question, where we test your knowledge of the Long Island Ducks, the Atlantic League, and baseball as a whole. Today's question will revolve around Ducks starting pitcher, left-hander Rafael Perez, Major League veteran of 7 seasons, but was teammates with tomorrow night's Ducks starting pitcher during the 2013 season. That's Keith Couch, the Elmont resident, Mineola native, who will start tomorrow. So they were teammates during the 2013 season. The question, in which Major League organization were they teammates? Leading things off for the Ducks, Nate Fryman. He takes a called strike. The pitch from Austin Fleet, who begins his third inning of work, excuse me. On the count, 0-1. Fryman, a 2-run home run, his first time to the plate tonight. And here he takes low and away to even up the count at 1-1. First home run of the season for Fryman and for the Ducks. A mammoth shot out to left center field. So he's now got 3 RBIs in 2 games. He's 2 for 4 at the plate. Kicking the pitch. Fryman takes inside under the hands. It's 2-1. Let you think about the trivia question. We'll give you the answer in the bottom half of this fourth inning. Blue Crabs now out hitting the Ducks, by the way, 6-5. All 5 of those hits in the third were singles. As Fryman takes low, third consecutive ball from Fleet. Count now 3-1. There is action for Southern Maryland in their bullpen down the left field line. The Ducks had action going in the bottom of the third, and it looks like there's still somebody throwing. So Perez's night might be done after 3 innings. 3-1 on the way to Fryman. He swings, and it's a fly ball in the air to right towards the line. Long run for Zach Cohn, and he does make the running grab for the first out. Fryman put a pretty good swing on it, but pops out the other way. Now that's now 5 straight batters retired for the right-hander Fleet after allowing the 1-out single to Elmer Reyes in the second inning. Took over after the rain delay. Got lines to fly out before allowing the long home run to Alex Berg. Then gave up a single and has retired everyone he has faced since. Cody Puckett to the plate, and he takes a fastball knee-high right down the middle for strike 1. Puckett a ground out to third base his first time up back in the opening inning, following the Fryman home run. Wind and the pitch on the way. Puckett a swing and a miss. Fastball over the outside edge, and he cut through it a little bit out in front. The count quickly 0-2. Mentioned Fleet was in the Giants organization last season. Pitched with Advanced A San Jose and AAA Sacramento as he misses inside for ball 1. Combined to make 34 relief appearances for the 2 teams, 3 of which were starts. We'll get you his numbers after the 1-ball, 2-strike delivery to Cody Puckett. Fleet fires, and Puckett takes the fastball high for ball 2. Right-hander combined to post an 0-2 record and had a 4.14 ERA, 1 save, 41 strikeouts and 58 2/3 innings. Puckett takes down and away. He has worked the count from 0-2 to 3-2, trying to reach base with 1 out in the 4th, and Dan Lyons, his teammate for now 4 consecutive seasons, who is waiting on deck. Puckett certainly has become a fixture in this Ducks lineup. This is now his 4th season with the team. Fleet deals, and Puckett takes outside, ball 4. Good at bat there for Cody Puckett. After falling behind in the count, he finds a way to work out a walk, taking 4 straight out of the zone. And fans, there's another Ducks Walk brought to you by City MD Urgent Care. Over 15 City MD locations across Long Island. Need a doctor? Just walk in. Looks like James Frisbee, the pitching coach for Southern Maryland, is going to make his way out of the dugout to have a conversation with the right-hander Austin Fleet. Quite possibly to give the righty that's warming in the Southern Maryland bullpen a little bit more time to throw. Ball just escaped the bullpen and came onto the field after a wild throw from the pitcher that is warming up down there. So 1 on and 1 out for the Ducks. leading by a run. You know they want to try and get some insurance back after allowing 3 in the bottom of the third. Here's Dan Lyons to the plate, still looking for his first hit of the year. As he went 0 for 4 last night, was hit by a pitch, so he was able to join the on-base party. Every Ducks batter reached base in last night's game. And a fly out to center his first time up in the second. First pitch here is a fastball over the inside corner for strike 1. Lyons a year ago a .272 hitter for the Ducks. 7 home runs, 49 runs batted in. Did not have the tremendous season that he had the year prior, but still pretty strong numbers. Did have to battle some injuries throughout the course of the year. That was kind of nagging at him. Puckett leads off first. Pitch on the way. Puckett had bluffed going for second, and it's taken low and outside, even up the count. For Lyons, the longest tenured member of this active Ducks roster. This is 7th season with the club. Joined the team back in 2011 as a utility infielder. Quickly got the starting job with injuries to Javier Colina, and he has been there ever since. Puckett goes for second. Pitch is low. Throw down to second base. Not nearly in time. Not even close. It's a good thing that Austin Fleet moved out of the way. Otherwise, he might have taken that baseball right to the back. So a stolen base for Cody Puckett, who had just 1 stolen base all of last year. But he's got one here in the 4th, and for Long Island, that is their 2nd of the night and 6th already this season. Montini had one back in the 1st. So the Ducks get a runner in scoring position with 1 out and a 2-ball, 1-strike count on Lyons. Fleet comes set on the rubber. Puckett leads off second. Here's the pitch. Fastball just nips the outside corner for strike 2. Dan Lyons asking Ian Kelly where the pitch was. From our vantage point, high above home plate, looked like it might have just painted the black. So now the count even at 2-2. After Lyons, it will be Alex Berg, who homered his first time up. Kick and the delivery. Swing and a miss for strike 3 as Lyons chases out of the zone. So that's strikeout number 2 for Fleet, 2nd out of this 4th inning. And that will leave it up to Alex Berg, but considering that Fleet gave up the long home run to Berg his first time up in the 2nd, John Harris, the manager of the Blue Crabs, is not going to let that happen again. He takes the baseball from Fleet after a fairly strong 2 2/3 innings of relief. New pitcher coming in for the Blue Crabs will step aside and come back. Ducks clinging to a 4-3 lead, trying to add a run with a runner at second and 2 down here in the 4th.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Dennis O'Grady, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
PSEG Long Island is making things work for you with over 10 energy efficiency programs that can help you save on your monthly electric bill. From our free online energy analyzer and in-home energy assessments to rebates on energy efficient air conditioning, even discounts on LED light bulbs. Helping you save on electricity is our job. What to do with your savings?
Flight 85 now boarding for the magic of Orlando.
Is entirely up to you. Visit psegLINY.com/save money. Just one more way PSEG Long Island is making things work for you.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the picnic area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owl's party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Sam Runyon is the new pitcher for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. He takes over after a fairly strong 2 2/3 innings by Austin Fleet. He relieved the starter Pat Mish, who was only able to last 1 inning after having to sit for 1 hour and 6 minutes during the rain delay. Not sent back out to the mound by manager John Harris, and so Fleet had to take over, allowed 2 hits and a walk, struck out 2. Thus far has allowed just 1 run, but the 1 run he allowed was to the man at the plate, Alex Berg, a long solo home run in the 2nd. Here, Berg a swing and a miss as he foul tips it into the glove of Mike Blank. And the count 0-1. Ducks have the runner at second in the form of Cody Puckett, who walked with one out and then stole second base. And Berg looking for a single here to try and bring Puckett home and make this a 2-run ball game. Runyon delivers, and Berg a swing and a miss at a breaking ball way out of the strike zone. So Berg quickly behind in the count 0-2. He is 2 of 6 to start off the season with that home run in the second. His first RBI and his second run. Runyon looks in for the sign from Blank, and now comes set. Puckett leads at second base. The kick and the pitch. Berg a swinging a little tapper foul to the third base side. Just caught a piece to stay alive. Runyon stands in at 6'4", 220 pounds, out of Asheville, North Carolina. He's 28 years old. And last pitch with AA Harrisburg in the Eastern League. It'll be another 0-2 to Berg here, righty to righty. Here's the pitch. And Berg hits a line drive down the left field line. That's a base hit. Puckett to third. The ball in the glove of Vaughn. He had slipped, though, as he fielded it. The throw home not in time. Going for second is Berg, and he is out. But the run does score. So it is a 2-out RBI single by Alex Berg, and the Ducks lead it 5-3. Good throw by Blank on the throw home from Vaughn. They might have had a chance at Puckett if not for the slip made by Corey Vaughn. So in the inning, a run on one hit and a walk, no errors, and because of the out at second, nobody left on base. Now after 3.5 innings of play, the Ducks lead it 5-3.
Hey fans, this is outfielder Nolan Reimold, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Long Island's Ford Giant is celebrating its 60th year anniversary. Stop by Sayville Ford to check out their state-of-the-art showroom featuring enclosed service drives, luxurious customer lounge, and a larger selection to choose from. Get giant savings on hundreds of new and used vehicles in stock. Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary celebration is going on now. Visit SayvilleFord.com or download the Sayville Ford app today to learn more about Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary savings. Call 631-589-4800 today.
Bethpage Ballpark is a great place to watch a ball game, so why not do so from some of the best seats in the house? The Ducks are proud to present the brand new Long Island Ducks Beer Garden. Open for all fans on nights when the Smokin' Owl's party deck has not been reserved, the Beer Garden will feature a variety of frosty draft and bottled brews, as well as several food choices. The area has been decked out with bar rail seating and Ducks branded furniture to provide a comfortable atmosphere for everyone. Be sure to stop by and check out the brand new Long Island Ducks Beer Garden on your next visit to the ballpark. The 2-out RBI single by Alex Berg has given the Ducks a 2-run advantage now at 5-3 for Alex Berg, his second hit and second RBI of the night. He had a homer in the second and now a 2-out RBI single. Did get thrown out, though, trying to advance the second when the throw came home. I believe the putout went 7-4, but just verifying to double check on that. So either way, the Ducks lead is now 5-3. It is 7-4 on the putout if you're scoring at home. And as we move to the bottom of the fourth, the Ducks have called on their first reliever of the night, and it is going to be Dennis O'Grady, who will take the mound. A Floral Park native, so another Long Island product and another Long Island resident like Perez was. He is a Freeport resident. So O'Grady will take the mound after 3 innings from Perez. Dominated the first 2 innings outside of 1 hit, but struggled in the third. Now, I'll get you his final line in a bit, but ultimately the Ducks are able to get one of those runs back that they allowed to Southern Maryland in the third and have a 2-run cushion to work with. So as we move to the bottom of the fourth inning, Dennis O'Grady will take the mound. By the way, that run that the Ducks scored is charged to Austin Fleet. Again, if you're scoring at home. And here in the bottom of the fourth inning, it'll be the bottom 3 in the order for Southern Maryland: Palmero, Garcia, and Blank. First pitch on the way, and O'Grady misses outside for ball one. We will also get you the answer to our fourth inning trivia question coming up in a bit here in this inning. That misses outside again from O'Grady, so he is behind a 2-0 on Palmero, who grounded a short his first trip to the plate. O'Grady, a right-hander, works out of the stretch as he looks in for the sign. Now the delivery, and this is fouled straight back to the screen right in front of us. And it's 2-1 on Palmero. O'Grady stands in at 5'10", 205 pounds. Out of Floral Park, New York, as we mentioned. He's 25 years old. Check that, 27 years old. My math was off there. Line drive right center field. Phelan Lantini ranging over to his right will make the catch about knee high. Seemed to misjudge it a little bit, but he does recover. And there's the first out, and as that fly ball went out, a nice flash of lightning out behind the outfield wall. It's not the first one that we've had, though. There have been some lightning flashes off in the distance. We've had a little bit of a light show here tonight since those earlier storms passed through, and the hope is that all these other storms will stay away. All right, so the answer to our fourth inning trivia question. We asked you the question in the top half of the inning. Tonight's starter for the Ducks, Rafael Perez, and tomorrow's starter for Long Island, Keith Couch, were teammates back in 2013. As O'Grady delivers a first pitch strike to Edwin Garcia. We wanted to know with which organization in the major leagues, which major league organization they were teammates with. It wasn't at the big league level, though. That is in for another called strike. Good off speed. It's 0-2. The answer was the Boston Red Sox organization. And that was with the Double-A Portland Sea Dogs that year, 2013. Perez and Couch were teammates. Breaking ball misses outside for ball one. That season, Perez posted a 2-2 record and a 2.64 ERA, 25 relief appearances, 6 saves, and 30 strikeouts in 30 2/3 innings. Couch spent time as both a starter and a reliever that season, as this is swung on and missed for strike three. Way out in front of it was the batter Garcia. First strikeout for O'Grady, and there are 2 away. Couch that year was 11-3 for Portland, 3.47 earned run average, 29 appearances, 15 starts. He struck out 92 batters, walking 43 in 129 2/3 innings. So a little flashback to 4 seasons ago. 5-3 here in the fourth in favor of Long Island, and the first pitch is in for a strike to Mike Blank, the catcher and 9-hitter for Southern Maryland, who nearly put one out on the high wall and left in the third inning, but it was caught on the warning track by Nolan Reimold. O'Grady deals, and Blank takes a fastball right down the chute for strike 2. Good start here for O'Grady. A fly out after initially falling behind Palmero, a strikeout of Garcia, and now ahead 0-2 on Mike Blank. Grady gets the sign and comes set. The delivery, and Blank lays off the breaking ball down and away, would not chase. So the count goes to 1-2 on the former Duck catcher, who last season hit .253 with 10 homers and 50 runs batted in for Long Island. Foul ball, first base side off the bat of Blank. O'Grady did not pitch last season due to injury, but previously played 6 seasons in the San Diego Padres organization and reached the AAA level, in 2014 and 2015. AAA El Paso, the Chihuahuas. O'Grady steps off the rubber and will reset. Now he's ready to go. Here's the pitch. And Blank takes downstairs to even up the count at 2-2. 2015, he was 3-5 with a 5.42 ERA in 33 appearances, 13 starts for AA San Antonio. And then made 1 start, got the win for AAA El Paso despite allowing 5 runs in 5 innings. Here's the pitch, and Blank a little tapper out in front of home plate. O'Grady will barehand it, throws on to Fryman at first in time for the out. And a nice performance by O'Grady in the debut for his hometown team as he retires the Blue Crabs 1-2-3. So 4 innings in the books tonight at Regency Furniture Stadium. The Ducks ahead of the Blue Crabs by a count of 5-3.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Matt Larkins, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
PSEG Long Island is making things work for you with over 10 energy efficiency programs that can help you save on your monthly electric bill. From our free online energy analyzer and in-home energy assessments to rebates on energy efficient air conditioning, even discounts on LED light bulbs. Helping you save on electricity is our job. What to do with your savings?
Flight 85 now boarding for the magic of Orlando.
Is entirely up to you. Visit psegly.com/save money. Just one more way PSEG Long Island is making things work for you.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the picnic area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owl's party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Well, fans, on another warm night here tonight in Southern Maryland. Perfect way to chill out is with a cold cup of Hampton Coffee Company gourmet iced coffee, available at the concession stands at Bethpage Ballpark all season long. Hampton Coffee is the preferred coffee of the Long Island Ducks. Check out HamptonCoffeeCompany.com or visit their cafes out in the Hamptons. 5 runs on 5 hits and no errors for the Long Island Ducks. Check that, 5 runs on 6 hits and no errors for the Ducks. 3 runs on 6 hits and no errors for the Blue Crabs. We head to inning number 5. Sam Runyon will stay in this ball game after coming on in relief of Austin Fleet and allowing the RBI single to Berg before Berg was cut down on the base paths to end the 4th inning. So here in the 5th, he'll stay in, and he will face Reyes, Lentini, and Cleary Jr. 9-1-2 in the Ducks order. Runyon comes set, glove high above his head, and the first pitch is taken low and outside. Ball 1. Reyes was gotten off to a hot start this season. 4 hits in his first 6 at-bats. Picked up a single back in the 2nd inning following the home run by Berg. Then was retired on the double play ball from Lentini. 1-0 pitch here is a fastball downstairs. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Runyon has reached the AAA level in his career, but never made it up to the major leagues. First season here in the Atlantic League, 11th professional season for Runyon. There's a fastball strike over the outside corner. 10 seasons with 3 different major league organizations, the Royals, the Rays, and the Nationals. He was a former 2nd-round draft pick by the Royals in 2007. And here delivers a breaking ball that misses low and inside, and Reyes ahead in the count, 3 balls and 1 strike. Infield for the most part straight away. The first baseman Wilson well off the bag. As Reyes swings and pops one up foul, first base side. This will go out of play into the seats. And the count full at 3-2. Much lighter crowd here tonight than last night when they announced 3,998 as the attendance. Don't think the weather played too much of a factor, though. Despite the early rain, most of the fans stuck through it. Full count pitch, and Reyes a line drive towards the middle. That's into center field. Another base hit for Elmer Reyes. Boy, is he red hot. 5 of 7 to begin the season for Reyes, who certainly was red hot for the Ducks back in 2015 when he joined the team late in the year and hit .380 with 6 home runs and 15 runs batted in. So once again, Elmer Reyes is on the base paths. We'll see if Kevin Baez, who has been aggressive already through the first 2 games with stolen bases, 4 last night, 2 already tonight, against Mike Blank, the catcher. And here is Phelan Lentini, who comes to the plate 1 for 2. Throw over to first, and back safely is Runyon. And the Blue Crabs pitching staff, I'm sure, is going to learn very quickly. They're going to need to do a very good job of keeping runners close. Scouting report certainly out on Blank. This is his third season in the Atlantic League. That hits the outside corner for a strike. 0-1. Blank, though, does have a good bat. Despite hitting just .253 last year, we saw his ability to hit the ball, and he's been working very hard every offseason on improving his arm and his ability to throw out runners. He's had a tough go of hit already here in this series. Runyon ready, he deals. Montini is swing and a miss, late on that fastball. Montini singled to left in his first at bat, moved to second on a sac bunt, stole third and scored on the sac fly by Reinwald. Grounded into a 6-4 3-inning ending double play in the second. Behind in the count here at 0-2 as Wilson holds on Reyes at first. Runyon kicks and delivers. Reyes had bluffed, and Lentini swings and misses for strike 3, chasing well out of the strike zone. So there's Runyon's first strikeout, and it's the first out here in the top half of the 5th inning. That'll bring Delta Cleary Jr. to the plate. He certainly had a terrific start to the season last night. Did a little bit of everything for Long Island in their 7-1 win over the Blue Crabs. Here he swings and fouls one off deep down the left field line, up onto the roof of the Legends Club. So it's 0-1 on Cleary Jr., who tonight is 0 for 1. A ground out back in the third to second. Before that, a sacrifice bunt. Last night he was 2 for 5, had an RBI single, scored twice, stole 2 bases, and he drew a walk. Reyes continues to lead off at first base. 0-1 delivery. Cleary Jr. a fly ball again deep down the left field line, but again this will slice foul to the back part of the roof this time of the Legends Club, and it's 0-2. Runyon last season was in the Nationals organization, AA Harrisburg, AAA Syracuse, was 3-2 with a 6.20 ERA and 33 relief appearances. A very difficult season for him this past year. As Cleary Jr. hits a weak ground ball to third. Palmero charges and fields. His only play is going to be to first, and it is in time for the out. Second ground out of the night for Cleary Jr. Elmer Reyes moves down to second base. So 2 away, and that will leave it up to Major League veteran Nolan Reimold. Ducks have been a good team with 2 outs in this early going. Had a double and a 2-run home run with 2 out in the first. Had the 2-out RBI single by Berger in the fourth. And we'll see if Reimold can come up with a hit here with 2 outs in the fifth to plate another run. Reimold takes the first pitch fastball up high for ball 1. Last night, 2-out RBI singles in the first and fourth by Fryman and Cleary Jr. respectively. So Long Island has been good in clutch situations here for the most part early on. Reyes leads at second base. Pitch to Reimold. Fastball outside for ball 2. And now a good hitter's count for Reimold, who thus far is 1 for 5 at the plate. Did score a run last night and picked up an RBI on the sac fly in the first inning tonight. Bounced to short his last time up in the third inning. Reyes takes his lead. 2-0 pitch. Reimold takes outside and low, 3-0. There's no sense really in working around a guy like Reimold because you've got a dangerous hitter in Mark Krause on deck, who already has 4 hits in his first 6 at-bats of the season. Had a double earlier tonight. See if Reimold gets the green light at 3-0. Here's the pitch. He takes all the way and takes a strike. Fastball on the outside corner, 3-1. Now Reimold has the good hitter's count. Looks like O'Grady will stay in the game. Doesn't appear to be any action in the bullpen for Long Island. Now the 3-1 delivery. Reimold takes a fastball. That catches the outside corner for strike 2. So good job by Runyon to battle back from 3-0 to get it full at 3-2. Now will Runyon throw. Payoff pitch upcoming to Nolan Reimold. Here it comes. And Reimold swings and fouls one off. First base side out of play. We'll do it again with the count full. 8 seasons in the major leagues for Nolan Reimold. 104 games last year with the Orioles. At 222, 6 home runs, 15 runs batted in. The 104 games tied a major league career high for him. Another payoff pitch on the way from Runyon. And Reimold hits a fly ball in the air to right, shallow. Coming in is Zach Cohn. And he will make the catch to end the inning. So Runyon is able to avoid allowing a run after Reyes reached on the leadoff single. No runs, a hit, and one left in scoring position for the Ducks. Their first man left on base tonight, halfway through on this Friday evening. And the Long Island Ducks lead the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 5-3.
Hey fans, this is infielder Nate Fryman, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Radisson Hotel, Hauppauge, Long Island. It's centrally located on the North Shore of Long Island and offers a home away from home for both business and leisure guests. The Radisson Hotel, Hauppauge, Long Island features an indoor pool, 24-hour business center, a fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi in all guest rooms. Enjoy the contemporary American cuisine at the Fountain Grill restaurant or grab a quick bite to eat at Cafe Pronto. And best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Radisson Hotel, Hauppauge, Long Island, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 631-231-1100 today. That's 631-231-1100.
Hey Ducks fans, stay up to date with Long Island's hometown team by visiting Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Quack of the Bat will bring Ducks fans beyond the headlines with in-depth feature articles, breaking news stories, game previews, post-game wrap-ups, and so much more. Interact with the team during the entire season through quotes directly from the players and coaches, as well as exclusive video clips and photos. Check out the blog today at quackofthebat.wordpress.com. Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Five-3 Ducks as we move to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Game 2 of a 4-game set here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Take a look at the out-of-town scores here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Somerset Patriots hosting their first game of the season as they take on the Lancaster Barnstormers. That ball game all tied up at 1, bottom of the 7th inning in New Jersey. Brian Evans started the ball game for Lancaster, and now Keohi Downing has come into the ball game. Logan Darnell was the starter for Somerset. Kyler Newby is now pitching. Dennis O'Grady still in the game for Long Island. He delivers high and inside on a fastball to Gary Brown, 1-0. Brown tonight is 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored. A little dribbler to third. Actually, it's a slow ground ball to third that Puckett could not get over to first base in time to retire the speedy Brown. Here a strike to even the count at 1-1. RBI for Somerset, or the run I should say for Somerset, coming off the bat of Scott Kelly. And the RBI for Lancaster from former Ducks signing Trayvon Robinson. Here is the 1-1. That fastball catches the outside corner for a strike, and it's 1-2. York Revolution all over the New Britain Bees right now, 7-2, bottom of the 8th inning up in Central Connecticut. Casey Coleman started for New Britain. Brandon Fry now in the ball game. Just missing off the outside corner. On a slider there was O'Grady. So the count is even up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Frank Gailey started for York, and it is now Jared Martin into the ball game. 2-2 delivery is a breaking ball down and in. Would not chase. That runs the count full. Revolution being led with 2 RBIs thus far from Angel Franco, and Travis Witherspoon also has driven in 2. O'Grady delivers, and Brown fouls it back behind the plate. We'll do it once again. And the Skeeters and the Bluefish all tied at 1, top of the 5th inning down in Texas. Michael Nick starting for Sugarland. Jonathan Albaladejo for Bridgeport. Tony Abreu has scored the lone run for the Bluefish. Josh Prince scoring for Sugarland. So here is another delivery to Gary Brown, and he takes on the inside corner, strike 3 called. Excellent off-speed pitch from Dennis O'Grady. Brown did not like the call, and he made his opinion known to Ian Kelly, the home plate umpire. Second strikeout for O'Grady, 5th for Ducks pitching, and there's 1 out in the 5th. By the way, the final line on Rafael Perez, he goes 3 innings tonight, 6 hits, 3 runs, all of which were earned, all coming in that 3rd inning when he allowed 5 of those 6 hits. Perez did not walk a batter and struck out 4. First pitch here is a called strike to Danny Muno, the second baseman. And the count 0-1 on Muno, who's had himself a ball game thus far. A triple back in the 1st inning, then an RBI single, a stolen base, and a run in the 3rd. Here he takes just off the outside edge, and that evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Muno, formerly in the New York Mets organization. Here a check swing, taken for a strike anyway. And he is now behind at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Reached the major league level with the Mets during his career. 2015 appeared in 17 games for the Mets. And here he hits a hard ground ball through the right side. Another hit for Danny Muno. Had 2 hits last night. He's got 3 of them tonight. And now each team with 7 hits in the ball game, 1 on and 1 out for Southern Maryland in this 5th inning. Yankees have gotten to within 1. They trail the Pirates 4-3, top of the 7th in Pittsburgh. CC Sabathia started, has since given way to Adam Warren. And Tyler Glass now started for Pittsburgh, but it is now Felipe Rivero in the ball game. Chase Headley had an RBI double, and then Gardner scored on an error. And then Greg Bird reached on an error that allowed both Ellsbury and Judge to score. So the Pirates with some defensive miscues tonight helping out the Yankees after the Yankees fell behind early. There's a strike to Zach Wilson. 0-1. Wilson, the 3-hitter and first baseman, had a 2-run single up the middle in the 3rd. After he struck out looking in the 1st, O'Grady looks over to first base where Muno leads. And the pitch is fouled back to the screen behind the plate, 0-2. As for the Mets, they are tied with the Nationals right now, 3-3 in the 8th inning. Curtis Granderson, his first home run of the year. Michael Conforto, his 3rd. For the Nationals, Jose Lobaton, his 1st, and Bryce Harper, his 7th. Matt Harvey started for the Mets. Jerry Blevins now pitching. Tanner Roark started for the Nationals, and Oliver Perez now on the mound. So here comes the 0-2 to Wilson. Swings, and it's a high, towering fly ball. Deep left center. Delta Cleary Jr. is back. And he has room to make the catch. Well, I'll tell you what, it is very hard for a lot of these hitters to get the ball out once you get into the gaps in straightaway center, as well as right field. Just so much real estate out there. So a long, loud out off the bat of Wilson, 2nd out of the inning. And that will leave it up to the DH, Michael Snyder. Big night for local hockey fans in this area. We are about a half hour outside of Washington, D.C., where the Washington Capitals play tonight. In Game 5 of their first-round matchup against Toronto, they're tied at 1 in the 3rd period. Bruins and Senators are tied at 2, 2nd period, end of the 2nd, up in Ottawa, where the Senators are trying to close out that series. They lead it 3-1 in the series. First pitch is low and outside for ball 1 to Michael Snyder, who singled to left his last time up in the 3rd. Before that, fly to left field. 1 for 2 on the night, 2 for 6 on the season thus far for Snyder. Muno leads at first base with 2 down. And a half swing by Snyder, who definitely went around on that pitch. That evens up the count at a ball and a strike. 5-3, the Ducks lead it. In the bottom of the 5th inning here, each team with 7 hits. Neither side has committed an error. Blue Crabs have a right-hander warming in their bullpen, so they will likely be turning it over after the inning. And a 3rd from Sam Runyon. O'Grady gets the sign and comes set. His pitch. And Snyder a swing and a miss. Good fastball over the outside corner. O'Grady has done a very good job in his 2 innings thus far, mixing the ball up. He has thrown some good hard fastballs on the corners. He's locating well. Has mixed in some good sliders. And has kept these hitters off balance retiring 5 of the 6 that he has faced thus far. 2 strikeouts in the mix as well. Here's the 1-2 to Snyder. That's a fly ball in the air to center. Again, hit pretty well, but playable for Cleary Jr. He is back in right center to make the catch, and another scoreless inning from Dennis O'Grady. A Floral Park native. No runs in the inning, 1 hit, 1 left on base for the Blue Crabs, who have left 4 through 5 innings of play. And as we head to the 6th here in Southern Maryland, Long Island still in front by the count of 5-3.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Tim Millville, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Going way back is Joe Holden, and he is looking up, and that one is headed to field 5 at Robert Moses. The waves are gnarly, and the Ducks have tied it at 1.
That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Ducks fans follow all season long as the Long Island Ducks try to meet the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 home runs, Chappie's Funeral Homes will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. Chappie's Funeral Homes, where caring for others is our family tradition. 5 innings in the books tonight at Regency Furniture Stadium. The Ducks 5 and the Blue Crabs 3. Southern Maryland has called on their 4th pitcher of the night, 3rd reliever, after Pat Mish started and was only able to go 1 inning because of the 6-minute rain delay. So Sam Runyon is out. Jesse Beal, a 6'6" right-hander who looks very much like the Southern Maryland right-hander who wore his number previously and dominated as the closer for the Blue Crabs, Jim Ed Warden. Back in the early part of this decade, 6'6", 245 pounds, a local product out of Washington, D.C., 26 years old, and he will take the mound in this 6th inning and face the middle of the Ducks order, Kraus, Fryman, and Puckett, lefty, righty, lefty, 2 up here in the 6th. So Jesse Beal to the mound, and to the plate is the lefty swinging Mark Kraus, designated hitter and cleanup man for the Ducks tonight. First pitch on the way. And Kraus takes a hard fastball low and outside for ball 1. Kraus doubled to right with 2 outs in the 1st inning, then scored on Nate Fryman's 2-run home run. And then in the 4th, led off the inning with a fly out to right, so he's 1 of 2 tonight. And 4 of 6 on the season thus far. Fastball just catches a piece to the inside corner. That will even the count up at 1-1. Kraus, Fryman, and Puckett 2 up in this inning for the Ducks. Infield straight away for Kraus. Third baseman and the first baseman about equidistant off of the foul lines. Kraus, a ground ball foul along the first base line, was a bit out in front of the off speed. So he's behind at 1-2. 13 hits for the Ducks last night, 7 more here tonight. Kick and the delivery, and Kraus takes down and in, would not bite. That'll even up the count. Ducks have had a hit in every inning except the 3rd. Last night, Long Island had a hit in every inning except the 9th. That was the only inning they were retired in order. Ducks offense just so hard to navigate through for opposing pitchers. Here's the delivery, a breaking ball that Kraus thought about but laid off, and that runs the count full at 3-2. Krause spent last season at AAA Las Vegas in the Mets organization, 85 games there. Had a .214 batting average, but 14 home runs and 39 runs batted in. Payoff pitch from Beal. Delivers to the plate, and Krause a swing and a miss, strike 3. A little bit out in front. One number 34 strikes out the other 34. And there's the first out of the inning. Fourth strikeout for Blue Crabs pitching tonight. Austin Fleet, by the way. Actually, we'll give you the lines on all 3 pitchers that have gone thus far for Southern Maryland. Pat Mish started, went 1 inning. 3 hits, 3 runs, all earned. No walks or strikeouts. Of course, the home run allowed to Nate Fryman, who is coincidentally the man that has now stepped up to the plate for the Ducks. First pitch to him is a breaking ball in for a strike, knee high. 0-1 on Fryman, who's 1 for 2 on the night. Austin Fleet relieved Mish 2 2/3 innings, allowed 2 hits, 2 runs, both earned, a walk and 2 strikeouts, and the home run to Alex Berg, a solo homer. Fryman a half swing on a ball down and away, but he did not go around. So the count even up at 1-1. And Sam Runyon just pitched an inning and a third. 2 hits, no runs, no walks, and a strikeout. The 1-ball, 1-strike pitch to the power-hitting Fryman. And he gets a ground ball through the right side, another base hit. Second hit of the evening for Fryman, his 3rd of the season. And 6 trips to the plate. Good ground ball in between first and second. So he is on with 1 out. And again, the Ducks keep getting men on base. Tonight, though, they've only left 1 on base. That was in the 5th inning when Reyes was stranded at second. Last night, Long Island left 2 on base in each of the first 3 innings and 13 for the game. It didn't matter, though, because they scored 7 runs. Beat up on the Blue Crabs 7-1. 1 on, 1 out for Cody Puckett. Righty hitting third baseman. Beal delivers, and Puckett swings through the high fastball for strike 1. Jesse Beal in his 8th professional season spent 6 seasons in the Orioles organization and reached as high as single A. And last year was with the Sussex County Miners in the Can-Am League. Fryman takes his lead off first, a short lead. Beal delivers, and Puckett takes the fastball low and away. Evens up the count at 1-1. Puckett a ground out to third in his first trip to the plate tonight. Then drew a walk with 1 out in the 4th, stole second. Came home on the 2-out RBI single by Alex Berg. From the stretch, Beal misses downstairs with a breaking ball. And so the count goes to 2-1. Dan Lyons next up for the Ducks. And Alex Berg in the hole. Puckett awaits the 2-ball, 1-strike delivery. And that fastball hits the outside corner, knee high, strike 2. So that evens things up on Puckett. Ducks now out hitting the Blue Crabs 8-7 this evening. Fryman takes his lead, being held on by Zach Wilson. The delivery, and Puckett hits a ground ball back to the mound. Beal fields, throws to second base for 1. The turn to first, not in time. Puckett beats it out. So that'll be a 1-6 fielder's choice as Fryman slid into second, although I don't think that had anything to do with the double play not being turned. Just not hit hard enough. So Puckett now 0 for 2 on the night. Fryman retired at second, and with 2 outs, that'll leave it up to the shortstop, Dan Lyons. So Jesse Beal, born in Washington, D.C., was drafted by the team that it's about a half hour north in Baltimore. 14th round pick of the Orioles in 2008. I went 19-18 in 6 seasons in the Orioles organization, a 4.22 earned run average. Lyons takes the first pitch, a little bit high. And the count is 1-0 on Lyons, who is 0 for 2 tonight. Fly out and a strikeout 0 for his first 6 on the season. Puckett leads off at first. 1 stolen base already tonight for him. thought about going, but bluffs, and Lyons pops one foul down the right field line. Wilson chasing towards the stands, but will run out of room. Now leaving the count at 1-1. Last season with Sussex County, pretty good numbers for Jesse Beal. 22 games in relief, 2-0 record, a 2.59 ERA, 5 saves, 31 strikeouts, and 24 in the third innings. Can-Am League a shorter season than the Atlantic League, so numbers will be a bit lower there, as they do not play nearly as many games as the Atlantic League does. 1-1 on the way from Beal, and Lyons takes the breaking ball inside near the hands. So the count goes to 2-1 on the former Gold Glove winner, Dan Lyons, in the Atlantic League, the inaugural Rawlings Gold Glove Defensive Player of the Year. After his tremendous performance in 2015, did very well again last year, but Eric Farris of Somerset was the winner. Pitch on the way, Lyons fouls it straight back to the screen, right in front of us. That ball was coming in hot, but thankfully the screen was there to protect us, so the count is 2-2. Blue Crabs trying to keep the Ducks off the scoreboard 2 innings in a row. Long Island has scored in the first, second, and fourth innings tonight. Blue Crabs have all 3 of their runs in the third. Here's the 2-2 on the way. Lyons takes the fastball, a called strike 3. Got knee high to the outside corner of the plate. Strikeout number 2 for Beal. And the Ducks held off the scoreboard in the 6th. No runs, 1 hit. And they leave a man on base through 5.5 innings of play. It is 5-3 Long Island.
Hey fans, this is infielder Mark Krause, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Oh, I love it. The color of my new Nicolot patio is so vibrant. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
You're welcome. I'm just going to go finish that Nicolak walkway now.
Make your pavers vivid Nicolak pavers. The best looking, most vibrant pavers with the most 3-color blends in the industry. Featuring Nicolak's exclusive paver shield and color blending technology. With color throughout and guaranteed not to fade. Live life in color with Nicolak. Visit Nicolak.com.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Radisson Hotel Hauppauge, Long Island. It's centrally located on the north shore of Long Island and offers a home away from home for both business and leisure guests. The Radisson Hotel Hauppauge, Long Island features an indoor pool, 24-hour business center, a fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi in all guest rooms. Enjoy the contemporary American cuisine at the Fountain Grill restaurant or grab a quick bite to eat at Cafe Pronto. And best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Radisson Hotel Hauppauge, Long Island, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 631-231-1100 today. That's 631-231-1100.
Well, a nice performance out of the bullpen from Dennis O'Grady. 2 scoreless innings of relief after the game was started by Rafael Perez. 2 strong innings for him before starting to struggle a little bit in the third and allowed 3 runs. Kevin Baez brought in the bullpen in the fourth inning, and Dennis O'Grady in 2 strong innings of relief allowed just 1 hit, a single by Danny Muno, who has been all over the baseball here in the first 2 games. He's now got 5 hits in his first 7 at-bats of the season, 3 hits and 3 at-bats tonight. But otherwise, nothing doing for the Blue Crabs against O'Grady. No walks, 2 strikeouts. And Zach Treese, who made his season debut last night, and technically his Ducks debut during the regular season, since last year just pitched in the postseason for Long Island, will pitch again here tonight as he comes in the 6th inning. And it will be Corey Vaughn, Zach Cohn, and Patrick Palmero. Well, John Brownell made this comment during the pregame interview that we did with him, and he's not necessarily wrong. The Ducks have built a very strong back end of the bullpen. When you look at the names that they have in there, Zach Treese, who has been dominant in recent years, Patrick Kreider, who's been dominant, Amalio Diaz has been very strong, if not dominant for the Ducks. Chinwe Sao, an ex-Major League pitcher, who last night we saw in the 8th and pitched a scoreless inning. And David Arzma, who is scheduled to be the closer for Long Island. First pitch here is a breaking ball from Treese that just missed the outside corner for ball 1 to Corey Vaughn. And Brownell said, hey, Duck starters really just need to go 5 innings, and then they can turn it over to the bullpen and get the job done. Here, Vaughn, a fly ball in the air to center. Delta Cleary Jr. ranges a bit to his left and will make the catch. Vaughn now 0 for 3 tonight. And there's one away in the 6th inning. And again, Brownell is not wrong by any stretch of the imagination. We saw last night 4 scoreless innings out of the bullpen for Long Island. And in those 4 innings, they allowed just 3 hits and 3 walks. They struck out 3 as well. But didn't really allow the Blue Crabs to attempt to come back in the game. And thus far tonight, 2 1/3 scoreless from the bullpen. Treese allowed just 1 hit, but nothing further in last night's game and struck out a batter. First pitch is ball, though, inside here to Zach Cohn, who has popped to left field in both of his trips to the plate tonight. Cohn 1 of 5 to begin the season. Treese winds and fires. And this is Scott in the air down the right field line. Long run over for Lentini. He won't get there, but this will be foul. And that'll even up the count at a ball and a strike. I mentioned the dominance of Treese. 3 2/3 scoreless innings with 6 strikeouts in the playoffs a year ago, 4 games worth. And during the regular season was with the River City Rascals in the Frontier League. 3-1 record, 1.86 ERA, 22 saves in 41 games, and 75 strikeouts to just 15 walks. Dominant numbers from him. And here he gets a foul ball off the bat of Zach Cohn back to the backstop. So the count goes to 1-2. The Blue Crabs have action going in their bullpen down the left field line. It looks like Cody Hebner, who appeared last night and got 2 big outs for the Blue Crabs, might be coming into pitch in the 7th. Treese delivers, and Cohn lays off the breaking ball outside. Would not chase the slider. It's now 2-2. Infield straight away for Cohn. Patrick Palmero will wait and bat next. The 5, 6, and 7 hitters tonight thus far have gone 0 for 7 as Treese just misses outside. That has run the count full on Zach Cohn. Treese with the high black socks and the long flowing blonde hair out the back of his cap. Payoff pitch on the way, and Cohn lays off the slider that missed down and outside ball 4. Treese was upset with himself after that pitch. So there is the first walk by Ducks pitching tonight as Cohn reaches base with 1 out in the 6th inning. And now Patrick Palmero will come to the plate, the third baseman for the Blue Crabs. So here is Palmero to bat from the right side. He has grounded a short and flying to right in his 2 trips to the plate. Treese comes set, working out of the stretch, and delivers a nice breaking ball at the knees for a strike, 0-1. Treese stands on the mound. It almost looks like he is crouching and kind of scrunched up there. He bends over, looks for the sign, and then comes to the set kind of in a crouch. Pitch on the way, inside, and nearly caught a piece of Palmero, but just missed, and the count even up at 1-1. Murray is shaded towards second base, would likely cover in the attempt of a steal, though Cohn does not have blazing speed. There he goes, though. Pitch is taken for a strike. The throw down to second base, not in time. Nope, they say the pitch missed too, so it's ball 2, just missed down and away, and a stolen base for Zach Cohn. Of course, he must have heard me say he doesn't have blazing speed and quickly told me to quiet down. And so he steals second base and moves into scoring position. Just some confusion there with the baseball. I'm not sure what that was, but I guess they have that all settled. So Zach Cohn is now at second base with one away, and Palmero ahead in the count at 2-1. And now Alex Berg has to go back out to the mound to talk things over with Zach Treese. Treese stands in at 6'3", 195 pounds, out of Hot Springs, Arkansas. 27 years old. Here comes his 2-1. Breaking ball catches a piece of the inside corner for a strike. Good pitch by Treese. Not really much Palmero could do with that. Palmero is now 0 for 5 to begin his Blue Crabs career. Did draw a walk, though, last night. Struggled last year with the Skeeters, hitting just .235 in 77 games. Here, a breaking ball is grounded weakly foul, third base side. And Blue Crabs manager John Harris, who is making his debut this season as a manager for Southern Maryland, taking over for the departed Jeremy Owens. Harris previously was a hitting coach for the Bluefish in 2015. And last year was a director of player procurement for the Eagles in the Can-Am League. Here, a high fly ball to deep left field. Back is Reimold on the warning track, and you can forget it. A two-run home run off of the picnic tent in left for Patrick Palmero. His first home run of the season and Southern Maryland's first home run. And we are all tied up at 5 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Treese had been falling behind in the count to the last two hitters and hung one there that Palmero got all of. He had 11 home runs last season, gets his first for Southern Maryland this year. And now we've got a brand new ball game, 5-5 in inning number 6. So the first runs that Treese has allowed in a Ducks uniform. And now the shortstop Edwin Garcia comes to the plate. First pitch to him is outside for ball 1. And Treese is so strong and so dominant on the mound that it's very rare you see him have any trouble with his control like we're seeing a little bit in this inning. And here he misses again, this time down in the dirt. It's 2 balls and no strikes on Garcia, who's 1 for 2 tonight with a single and a strikeout. He's also scored a run. Right-hander is ready, winds and fires to the plate and misses outside again. 3-0 the count now on Garcia, and another pitch out of the zone would put the go-ahead run on base. 5 runs, 8 hits for both the Ducks and the Blue Crabs. No errors on either side. The 3-0 delivery. That is in for a strike. Taken all the way by Garcia, no surprise. And the 3-1 delivery. Swinging a tapper foul. Back behind the plate. Good job by Treese to battle back after initially falling behind. So Palmero, who had 11 home runs last year, his first hit as a Blue Crab, goes for a 2-run blast up onto the picnic tent in left. Payoff. And that misses high, ball 4. So Zach Treese, who walked all of 15 batters last season in 48 1/3 innings for River City, has walked 2 here in the 6th. 3 straight have reached for Southern Maryland. That's going to bring Billy Horn, the pitching coach of the Ducks, out of the dugout to try and settle him down. Just so unlike Zach Treese, who when we saw him last year in the playoffs was flat out dominant and confident on the mound. He was that way last night when he pitched, but having trouble locating the strike zone here tonight in the 6th inning. When he did, allowed a 2-run blast to Palmero. A couple words for Billy Horn to try and settle him down. Some of the infielders joining in for the discussion as well. And now former Duck Mike Blank, who has started the season 0 for 6 for Southern Maryland, will come up to the plate against his former teammate. So here is Blank, who has flown out and grounded out in his 2 trips to the plate tonight. Treese's first pitch, and Blank nearly gets hit inside. 1-0 the count. Blank played in 113 games for Long Island a year ago. And Treese misses again just inside. He was wondering where that pitch was. Kind of put his arms out to the side as if to say, where was it? But he cannot find the strike zone right now and just does not look comfortable up on the rubber. A dangerous hitter's count here. Treese gets the sign from Alex Burr. Here's the pitch. Blank a swing and a miss out in front of the breaking ball that time. There's a strike for Treese, and it's now 2-1. He's looking for the ground ball just to try and get out of this inning without any further trouble. Gary Brown waiting in the on-deck circle for Southern Maryland. Treese is ready, delivers, and Blank takes a curveball that just catches the outside corner for a strike. Blank thought it was outside, but just did nip the black, so now the count is even, 2-2. Garcia takes his lead off of first base, 5 steals last year in the Rangers organization. Treese misses way outside with a slider, and now the count is full. So we'll see if that releases Garcia from first. Berg has a pretty good arm behind the plate, but did allow a stolen base earlier in this inning to Zach Cohn. Payoff pitch upcoming from Treese. There goes the runner. The pitch is swung on and foul tipped at home plate. Blank just got a piece of the breaking ball down low. So Garcia will have to retreat to first, and we'll do it again with the count full. Ducks have the bullpen working down the right field line. Cody Hebner has been warming up this inning for Southern Maryland down the left field line. Treese ready to go, turns and throws to first. And back safely there is Garcia. Treese keeping him close after he took off with a good jump on the last pitch by the right-hander. Lands clapping along. Here's the 3-2 delivery from Treese. Runner goes and Blank takes high and inside, ball 4. Third walk of the inning for Zach Treese. Just so unlike the right-hander, but he does not have his best stuff tonight. 4 straight have reached, and that will bring Kevin Baez out of the dugout, and that'll be all for Treese. So after initially getting Corey Vaughn to fly out, a walk, a home run, and back-to-back walks have spelled the end for Treese. Ducks will make a call to the bullpen here at the bottom of the 6th, all tied up now at 5.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Dennis O'Grady, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
PSEG Long Island is making things work for you with over 10 energy efficiency programs that can help you save on your monthly electric bill. From our free online energy analyzer and in-home energy assessments to rebates on energy efficient air conditioning, even discounts on LED light bulbs. Helping you save on electricity is our job. What to do with your savings?
Flight 85 now boarding for the magic of Orlando.
Is entirely up to you. Visit psegly.com/save money. Just one more way PSEG Long Island is making things work for you.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the picnic area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owls party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Bottom of the 6th inning here in Southern Maryland. We are now all tied up at 5 apiece. The Ducks had an early 4-0 lead thanks to 3 runs in the first and another in the second. 2 home runs helping that out. But a 3-run third for Southern Maryland closed them to within 1. Ducks got a run back in the 4th on the RBI single by Alex Berg. But here in the 6th, Zach Treese allows a 2-run home run to Patrick Palmero, following a walk to Zach Cohn, and has followed that up with back-to-back walks to Edwin Garcia and Mike Blank. And a bit of a surprise considering just how strong Zach Treese was last season, just 15 walks all year. And dominated in the playoffs for the Ducks, 3 2/3 scoreless innings with 6 strikeouts, but just could not find the strike zone tonight. And so Kevin Bias has called on Tyler Wilson, who will make his second relief appearance of the season here in the 6th inning tonight. And he will be facing Gary Brown, Danny Muno, and Zach Wilson. By the way, if you are joining us tonight and you're watching on Facebook Live, please note that Facebook Live does limit live videos to 4 hours. So if the video does get cut off, you can join us on liducks.com and the Ducks official YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/DucksBaseball. Plenty of ways to still watch the game, but just a heads up on that, as we are about to approach the 4-hour mark from when our broadcast started just after 6 o'clock. First pitch on the way from Tyler Wilson, and the fastball misses upstairs, ball 1. Wilson last night pitched a scoreless inning in the 9th to close out the game, but he did walk 2 batters. He will have to try and find the strike zone a bit better here because the Blue Crabs now have the go-ahead runs on base, 1st and 2nd, and only 1 out. Wilson looking back to 2nd, deals to the plate, and Brown crushes a high fly ball deep down the left field line, heading back towards the pole. It's a foul ball. It actually stayed on the field of play, but just went to the left of the pole, foul down the line. So that'll even up the count at 1-1 on Brown, who tonight has a single and 2 strikeouts. Every Blue Crab batter has been on base tonight with the exception of Corey Vaughn, who's 0 for 3, but everybody else has been on safely at least once. Wilson here looking for the ground ball. The third baseman Puckett right along the line, so a big hole on the left side of the infield. Middle infielders playing towards 2nd for the double play. Brown takes a breaking ball nicely thrown on the outside corner by Wilson for a strike. So that runs the count to 1-2. And even if he doesn't get the ground ball, just looking for the 2nd out here. But he's got the dangerous Danny Muno on deck, who's 3 for 3 tonight. Here comes the 1-2 delivery. And Brown laid off the breaking ball low and outside. And that'll even things up at 2-2. Wilson, the past 2 seasons with the Ottawa champions in the Can-Am League, and won a championship with them last year. 42 relief appearances, had 14 saves, and a 2.08 earned run average. About to deliver a 2-2 pitch to Gary Brown. Here it comes, and Brown swings and misses, strike 3. Good fastball on the inside corner. Alex Berg points out to him to say nice job after blowing the fastball and getting Brown to swing through it. Blowing the fastball by him, so there's the 2nd out of the inning. 7th strikeout for Ducks pitching tonight. And a 2 away, that'll leave it up to the dangerous Danny Muno. Switch hitting 2nd baseman, who will now stand in from the left side. 3 for 3 tonight, 2 singles, a triple, an RBI, and a run scored. First pitch to him from Wilson, and Muno takes a fastball just above the belt. And the count of 1-0. No easy outs for Wilson here with Muno at the plate, Wilson and Snyder behind him. He doesn't want any part of Wilson and Snyder. Wants to get out of this inning right here, especially with 2 men on base. Wilson gets the sign from Berg, looks back to 2nd. Here's the 1-0 delivery. And Muno foul tips one into the glove of Alex Berg for strike 1. A warm night here in Southern Maryland for now. It's going to get much cooler later on after these rainstorms had passed through. 5-5 game in the 6th. And Wilson's 1-1. Muno takes inside under the hands. And now 2 balls and a strike. Wilson is the 3rd relief pitcher used by Long Island. They have 9 in their bullpen. So in this early part of the season with the expanded rosters, plenty of arms out there. Ducks used 4 pitchers last night for the final 4 innings. Here comes a 1-1. Wilson delivers, and Muno takes off the outside corner. Check that was a 2-1 pitch. It's now 3-1. Good hitter's count here for the Blue Crabs' second baseman. The runners lead, and the delivery is on the outside corner for a strike called. Very late call from home plate umpire Ian Kelly. And Muno had thought it was ball 4. He tossed the bat away and started to make his way down to first. Got a few steps out of the box, and then finally the strike call was made. So he looks back towards Kelly, has a couple words after getting the bat back. That'll release the runners. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in a 5-5 game. Garcia will go from second, blank from first with 2 down. And the payoff pitch from Tyler Wilson. Kicks and fires, and Muno will swing and fly one in the air to center field. Delta Cleary Jr. drifts in, and he will make the catch. And a nice job by Tyler Wilson to come in and get out of the jam that was created by Treese. In the inning, the Blue Crabs, though, tied the game. They get 2 runs on just 1 hit, 3 walks as well. The 2-run home run by Palmero makes it a 5-5 ball game. Blue Crabs leave 2, and after 6 innings of play, brand new ball game, we are all tied up at 5 apiece.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Dennis O'Grady, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
P.S.
M&V Limousines is the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks. Family owned and operated, they've been in the business for over 23 years. M&V Limousines offers coach buses with Wi-Fi and restrooms, party buses, exotic limousines, and so much more. Whether you're looking for transportation for weddings, proms, corporate outings, or long-distance trips, they've got the right vehicle for you. Visit their showroom in Comac or check them out online at mvlimo.com. M&V Limousines, the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks.
Family fun every time.
Beautiful evening for baseball.
Big action every time.
He reaches up, it's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season, and with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
To inning number 7 we go. Ducks and the Blue Crabs tied at 5. Cody Hebner is on to pitch for Southern Maryland. And fans, don't forget to stop by the Waddle Lynch shop on your next visit to Bethpage Ballpark, where exclusive, hard-to-find Ducks memorabilia is now on sale. Proceeds benefit the Quacker Jack Foundation, the charitable arm of the Ducks. So Patrick Palmero's 2-run home run has made this a 5-5 ball game. Southern Maryland still looking for its first lead of this season. They never led yesterday and have only been tied today. And that is right now. They fell behind right away 3-0 before the rains came. And of course you can wonder whether or not things had been any different at all if the rain had not come in. Rafael Perez obviously got warmed up for the game, had a sit. Pat Mish started for Southern Maryland. Got hot to warm up the game. Allowed 3 runs in the first and then could not come back because of the rain. And if Mish was not on his game tonight, who knows? The Ducks might have exploded for many more runs in the early part. Instead, it's been so far a trio of relievers. Fleet, Runyon, and Beal have pitched 5 innings thus far in relief. Beal just threw a scoreless inning in the 6th with a hit allowed and 2 strikeouts. So now Cody Hebner, who last night came on and got 2 outs against the 2 batters he faced in the 7th with the bases loaded. And he'll face Alex Berg to lead off the 7th inning here. Berg way late on a first pitch fastball. And the count 0-1. Berg tonight 2 for 2. A solo home run to left in the second and a 2-out RBI single to left in the fourth. Here he takes low and outside, even things up at 1-1. Berg thus far has 3 hits in his first 7 at-bats, 2 RBIs and 2 runs scored. Good start for him. Hebner winds and fires at Berg late once again. Now behind at 1-2. Hebner came in with the bases loaded in the 7th inning. And at that time, what was a 3-1 game. And got Dan Lyons to pop to second and struck out the man at the plate, Alex Berg. Here's the pitch, and Berg chops one foul way out in front of a breaking ball. And just did catch a piece of it to stay alive. So we'll do it once again at 1-2. Ready to go is Hebner. Winds and fires to the plate. Berg takes the fastball upstairs. Would not chase. That'll even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kicking the pitch. Berg chases down in the zone. Strike 3. The ball dribbles out in front of home plate. Blank will field and throw on to first just in time for the out. So the strikeout of Berg, and the putout goes 2-3. That is the 6th strikeout for Blue Crabs pitching. 1 away in the 7th, and that'll bring up Elmer Reyes. The red-hot Elmer Reyes, who has gotten off to a terrific start. 2 more hits tonight after a 3-hit game last night. So here's Reyes from the right side against the righty dealing Hebner. First pitch, and Reyes a swing and a miss out in front. So the count goes to 0-1 on Reyes. Single to the left in the 2nd inning with 1 out. Single to center leading off the 5th, but was stranded at second base. Here a swing and a miss as he chases down in the zone. Looked like he lost his thumb guard. So he'll go retrieve it on the third base side of home plate. But Reyes now behind at 0-2 on Hebner. Cody Hebner, first season in the Atlantic League, 7th in pro baseball. Spent 5 years in the Padres organization. And here misses low for ball 1. Last year, though, was in the American Association with the Texas Air Hogs. And now comes to the Atlantic League. Retire the first 3 batters that he has faced. And here Reyes, a line driver, right center field. That is going to split the outfielders and head towards the wall. Off to the races is Reyes around first. He is going to head to second and round second. Trying for third. The relay throw in is going to be in plenty of time. Elmer Reyes not even close. And he is jogging back to the first base dugout. I don't know if he tweaks something there running around the bases, but very slowly making his way back to the dugout, and that's a killer for Long Island. They would have had a runner in scoring position with only 1 out. But tries to make it to third, and I think if he had his full speed, he would have made it all the way there. It will be a double for Reyes, so he is 3 for 3 tonight. But ultimately is thrown out at trying to go to third base. And a difficult second out there for the Ducks. First pitch here to Phelan Lentini, and he skies one in the air to right field shallow. Long run in for Zach Cohn. Still coming on, and he'll make the catch to end the inning. So the Blue Crabs dodge a potential bullet after Reyes' 3rd hit of the game. We'll have to check and see if he comes out, but certainly seems like he might have tweaked something running the bases there. No runs, 1 hit, nobody left. Time to stretch here at Regency Furniture Stadium. All tied up at 5.
Hey fans, this is outfielder Angelo Sanco, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Long Island's Ford Giant is celebrating its 60th year anniversary. Stop by Sayville Ford to check out their state-of-the-art showroom featuring enclosed service drives, luxurious customer lounge, and a larger selection to choose from. Get giant savings on hundreds of new and used vehicles in stock. Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary celebration is going on now. Visit SayvilleFord.com or download the Sayville Ford app today to learn more about Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary savings. Call 631-589-4800 today.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by ClearVision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to. Well, we head to the bottom of the 7th inning with the Ducks and the Blue Crabs tied up at 5. The good news is Elmer Reyes seems to be all right. He is out in the field at second base. And again, I didn't particularly see anything out of the ordinary when he was running the bases on that double to right center, but off the bat with the way that ball split the outfielders, I was convinced that was no doubt a triple. Reyes just seemed to kind of slow down and didn't have as much giddy up as you would normally see, kind of evident sometimes of a runner tweaking something in his leg. And when he got out to the field, he was in shallow right, kind of stretching out his legs a little bit. But seems like he is okay and is going to stay in this game. So we head to the bottom half of the 7th inning, tied at 5. Amalio Diaz, who threw a scoreless inning last night, will come on and pitch for the Ducks. In the bottom of the 7th inning tonight, the 4th reliever used by Kevin Baez. And he'll face the heart of the order for Southern Maryland, Wilson, Snyder, and Vaughn. Michael Pollock with you, bring you all the action. Thanks so much for tuning in here on the Ducks Broadcast Network. We've restarted video on Facebook Live, so we have a live video up there for you once again. Again, their time limit is 4 hours on video, so just a simple click of a button to restart it on a separate feed. But we are on Facebook Live again, on YouTube Live, and on liducks.com. Appreciate you tuning into this one in Southern Maryland, another late night, thanks to some inclement weather. First pitch to Zach Wilson is off the outside corner for ball 1 from Amalio Diaz. Wilson tonight, 1 of 3 at the plate, a 2-run single to center in the 3rd inning. That at the time made it a 4-3 ball game. Diaz comes set and is 1-0. That misses low and outside. The Ducks right-hander behind in the count of 2 balls and no strikes. Diaz back for his 3rd season with Long Island. He has been a dominant force out of the bullpen the past 2 years. And hoping for more of the same as Diaz this year. Also became a father during the season last year. Here's the pitch. And he misses high for ball 3. Son Mateo was born. Made it out to the ballpark for a few games last year as well. He resides currently out in Chandler, Arizona. 3-0 here on Zach Wilson to start things off in the 7th. Diaz kicks and delivers to the plate, and Wilson takes a fastball at the knees for a strike, 3-1. Michael Snyder will follow, and then Corey Vaughn, who is the only member of the Blue Crabs that has not reached base tonight. Cody Puckett plays right along the line at third base for Zach Wilson. And the 3-1 is a breaking ball off the outside corner for ball 4. 4th walk allowed by Ducks pitching, all coming in the past 2 innings. The leadoff man on for Southern Maryland in the 7th. And walks very unlike Diaz, too. Just 10 walks all year last year in 52 games, 51 2/3 innings. He walked just 10 and struck out 69. 2015, he threw 58 in a 3rd innings and walked just 17 while striking out 69. But Wilson works his way on, and now the dangerous Michael Snyder. Reyes shaded towards the middle at second. First pitch to Snyder is down in the dirt. Blocked there by Berg. And there is ball one. Kevin Bias has a little bit more liberty to use some of his relievers here in the early going with an off day on Monday. Ducks will play 4 here in Southern Maryland, have a day off on Monday before they head to Somerset for 3. And they'll play 3 at Somerset, 3 home against New Britain, and 4 in York before the next off day. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball. That's on the inside corner for a strike. And that'll even up the count at 1-1. I did mention this earlier. Rain has affected the first 2 games here. 46-minute delay last night, an hour and 6 minutes tonight. And there is some potential weather in the forecast, some rain tomorrow and Sunday as well. See if that affects either game. Wilson leads off at first. Here's the 1-1, a turn and a quick throw over. Wilson slides back safely ahead of the tag from Nate Fryman. Announced crowd tonight at 3753, but stands certainly much less filled this evening compared to last night. I wonder if rain had anything to do with that. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery. Diaz another turn and a throw over to keep Wilson close. Southern Maryland has stolen 2 bases tonight, Cone in the 6th and Muno in the 3rd. Ducks had 4 stolen bases last night and a couple more tonight. Diaz with a 1 ball, 1 strike count on Michael Snyder, who has a single in 3 trips, 2 flyouts as well. Here's the pitch. Snyder way out in front, swings and misses at the breaking ball. Nice delivery from Diaz. And that'll run the count to 1-2. Again, Cody Puckett is right along the line at third base. Almost a no doubles defense there, and Fryman holds on the runner at first. Diaz is ready. Here comes a 1 ball, 2 strike pitch to Michael Snyder. He fires, and Snyder swings and misses at the high fastball for strike 3. Good pitch from Diaz. That is the Ducks' 8th strikeout of the night for the pitching staff. Diaz is first. Zach Treese goes a third of an inning in relief, allows a hit and 2 runs. The 2-run home run by Palmero, walked 3, did not strike out a batter. And Tyler Wilson, a very good job coming in with 2 on and 1 out. The go-ahead runs on base. He struck out Gary Brown and got Danny Muno to fly to center. 2 potentially big outs in this game. Here's Corey Vaughn to the plate. And he takes the first pitch from Diaz low for ball 1. Vaughn 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts tonight, now 0 for 5 on the season. Drew a walk and a hit by pitch yesterday, but still looking for his first hit. Puckett again right near the bag at third. Playing a little bit more in tight this time, though, to home plate. 1-0 is a fastball strike to the knees, 1-1. Diaz has started the first 3 hitters in this inning off of the ball. But a ground ball could get him through the inning unharmed. 5-5 here in the bottom of the 7th. Right-hander is ready. Kicks and fires. And this is line and a left, hit pretty well, but right at Nolan Reimold, who will make the catch. So Vaughn retiring on his 2nd fly out of the night. Wilson has to stay put at first base. And with 2 down here in the 7th, that'll leave it up to the right fielder, Zach Cone. So Cone will dig in from the right-handed batter's box. 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored tonight. Diaz set at the belt, fires to the plate, and Cone takes high and outside. 4 batters, 4 first pitch balls from Amalio Diaz. And so the count is 1-0. Cone popped to left in the 2nd and the 3rd innings. Walked, stole 2nd, and scored on the home run by Palmero in the 6th. Diaz kicks and fires. Now this is hit on the ground to the right side. Big hole, though. Elmer Reyes racing over, gets there, but he's going to have no play. Zach Cohn a little nubber off the end of the bat. And with Elmer Reyes shaded towards second base against a potential steal attempt from Zach Wilson. Too far for Reyes to get to and make the play in time. So Cohn has his first hit of the night, second of the season, and now Palmeiro tied this game up in the sixth with a homer, will step back up to home plate. So things getting somewhat dicey for the Ducks. Late in this game, the Blue Crabs have threatened over the last 2 innings. They scored twice in the sixth. Looking to take their first lead here in the seventh. First pitch from Diaz. Inside and almost caught Palmeiro. So it is now 5 straight batters with a first pitch ball from Diaz, and that's obviously not a good sign. Ultimately, it could end up meaning nothing if he gets out of the inning without allowing a run. And as I say that, too, the rain has begun to fall again here in Southern Maryland. Here comes the 1-0. Diaz looks to second, deals to the plate, and that fastball misses the outside corner. 2-0 now on Palmeiro. The Blue Crabs being very patient here in the latter stages of this game, not chasing many out of the strike zone, really making these Ducks pitchers work and throw strikes, and has been a little bit of a challenge over these last 2 innings. So a dangerous hitter's count here as Palmeiro ahead 2-0. Diaz gets the sign and comes set. Here's the delivery. Palmeiro way out in front of the breaking ball, swings and misses for strike 1. Palmeiro last season, 44 RBIs and 11 home runs for the Skeeters, but a .288 on base percentage. And a chance here to give Southern Maryland the lead with a base hit. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. Diaz delivers. Swing and a miss. It was a half swing by Palmeiro on a pitch down in the dirt, but he chased. Now the count 2-2 with 2 outs. 2 on, deuces wild, and a chance for Diaz to find his way out of trouble in the 7th inning. A leadoff walk, a 2-out infield single. I put 2 on for Southern Maryland. And now it'll be a 2-ball, 2-strike pitch from Diaz to Palmeiro. Right-hander steps off and wants to go through the signs again with Alex Berg. Diaz is now ready to go. Wilson leads from second. Cohn from first. 2-2. Just missed the outside corner. Diaz wanted that one. And it looked like the Ducks infield took a shift towards the first base side, thinking he had strike 3, but he misses. So now the count is full at 3-2 with 2 outs, and the runners will take off on this pitch from Diaz to Palmeiro. If Palmeiro reaches Edwin Garcia is next. Here comes the payoff pitch. Diaz looking to second, now fires to the plate. Palmeiro, a ground ball foul. Third base side will do it again. Just a light rain falling here. Doesn't seem like much at all, but if you looked up towards the light towers, you can really see it. Looking at the playing field, you can't. But you'd have to look at the light towers to really see this rain. Not much of anything compared to what we had earlier in the game. But there are some umbrellas out and the few that are still here. So another 3-2 from Diaz to Palmeiro. There go the runners. No, they hold up because Diaz had turned and went to look back to second base. Trying to keep Zach Wilson close. Big moment in the game here. 5-5 ball game, bottom of the 7th. And Blue Crabs with 2 on and 2 out. Payoff pitch upcoming to Patrick Palmeiro. Diaz comes set at the belt. Fires to the plate, and Palmeiro, a swing and a miss, strike 3. Nasty breaking ball down in the zone from Amalio Diaz. He strikes out Palmeiro and strands 2 more. Second strikeout for Diaz. No runs, 1 hit, 1 walk, Blue Crabs leave 2 more. They've left 5 on the past 3 innings and 8 for the game. Through 7 here in Game 2 of the season, Ducks and the Blue Crabs tied at 5.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Patrick Kreider, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
PSEG Long Island is making things work for you with over 10 energy efficiency programs that can help you save on your monthly electric bill. From our free online energy analyzer and in-home energy assessments to rebates on energy-efficient air conditioning, even discounts on LED light bulbs. Helping you save on electricity is our job. What to do with your savings?
Flight 85 now boarding for the magic of Orlando.
Is entirely up to you. Visit pseglyny.com/save money. Just one more way PSEG Long Island is making things work for you.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the picnic area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owls party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nickolock Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Duck fans, do you want frequent updates on team transactions, scores, store specials, and the status of upcoming games? Well, then follow the Long Island Ducks on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucks. With Twitter, the faithful flock will be able to follow their Ducks and find out more information regarding nightly promotions, player signings, league activities, and so much more. The Ducks are tweeting right now, and you can follow along at twitter.com/LIDucks. Been an exciting one here, a close ball game. It didn't seem like it would be that way through the first couple of innings, but an early 4-0 Ducks lead was erased by the Blue Crabs. They cut it to 4-3 in the third. Ducks had a 5-3 lead going into the sixth when Patrick Palmero hit a 2-run home run off of Zach Treese to make this a 5-5 game. Blue Crabs are out hitting the Ducks to this point 9-8. Actually, check that, it's 9-9 in the hit column. And it will be Delta Cleary Jr. leading off in the eighth against the left-hander Robert Carson, who has come out of the bullpen. Cleary Jr. takes a fastball on the inside corner for strike 1 to begin the inning. Carson appeared in last night's game. He came on to pitch the seventh inning and allowed 2 singles, a walk, and a hit batter before being removed. Also got a fly out in there. He takes low and inside this Cleary Jr., and it's 1-1. Carson, the fifth reliever of the night for Southern Maryland. Cody Hebner threw a scoreless inning in the seventh. Gave up a hit, but no runs, no walks, and a strikeout. Cleary Jr. a pop-up foul, first base side out of play. And now behind 1-2, and as I have said that, the rain has started to pick up once again. A bit heavier this time. Still not as heavy as early in the game, but heavier than we just had it. Cleary Jr. has grounded out twice, once to second, once to third, also a sac bunt. And the 1-2, swinging a ground ball towards third. It's gobbled up there by Palmero. Fires on a first for the out. And one away here in the eighth inning. Since the RBI single in the fourth inning by Alex Berg with 2 outs, Ducks have picked up a hit in each of the last 3 innings, but have nothing to show for it. Reyes singled in the fifth, Fryman singled in the sixth, and Reyes doubled in the seventh, but was thrown out trying to make it a triple. So one away here is the left fielder Nolan Reimold to the plate. He is 0 for 2 tonight, but has an RBI on a sacrifice fly. First pitch from Carson, and Reimold takes the fastball way upstairs for ball 1. Carson last year with Southern Maryland, 1-5 record and a 3.88 earned run average in 36 games out of the bullpen, 54 strikeouts. Reimold here, a foul ball to the first base side out of play. Now we'll even things up at 1-1. The weather will just not cooperate for this series. 2 delays in the first 2 days, some more rain right now. Here comes the pitch, and Reimold high but foul down the left field line. A deep drive that might have had home run distance, but hooked it over the Legends Club. And now the count 1-2. Reimold, one of his first 6 in a Ducks uniform, but has a run and a run batted in thus far. Carson is ready. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And Reimold takes a fastball on the inside corner, strike 3 call. Reimold thought it was too far inside. Expresses his dismay as he heads back towards the dugout. First strikeout for Carson and the 7th for Blue Crabs pitching. 2 away with the bases empty here in the 8th, and that will leave it up to the designated hitter, Mark Krause. Krause tonight is 1 of 3 at the plate. He doubled and scored his first time up back in the opening inning, but has since struck out twice, both of them swinging. Carson looking to retire the side in order here in the 8th. Ducks only had 1 other inning where that happened, and that was the 3rd. Now the first pitch misses high for ball 1. Ducks have had at least 1 hit in every inning but 2 this season. The 9th last night and the 3rd today. 1-0. And Krause takes down in the dirt, skips past Mike Blank, but the base is empty. It's 2-0. So Krause at the plate. If he reaches Nate Fryman, who is 2 for 3 tonight, we'll have another opportunity. We'll see who comes to pitch for the Ducks in the 8th after Diaz threw in the 7th. And tossed a scoreless inning. That's eyeing inside 3-0 on Mark Krause. Diaz had to throw quite a few pitches after he had allowed 2 men to get on base on a single and a walk, and Krause takes inside ball 4. So the Ducks get a base runner on with 2 outs here in the 8th inning. That's their 2nd walk drawn of the night. It is another City MD urgent care walk over 15 City MD locations across Long Island. Need a doctor, just walk in. Well, the Ducks have been a good team thus far with 2 outs this season. A pair of 2-out RBI singles yesterday. A 2-out, 2-run home run in the 1st by Fryman. A 2-out RBI single by Berg in the 4th tonight. And now Fryman will step back up to the plate for his 4th at-bat of the night. 2-run home run, a fly out to right, and a single to right. Carson gets the sign from his catcher and now comes set. First pitch to Fryman. And he takes a little bit low in the zone for ball 1. Fryman with 3 hits in his first 6 at-bats. 3 runs batted in. Krause takes his lead off at first. Carson is ready. He delivers. And Fryman grounds one to third right along the line. It's a foul ball, though. Palmero picked the ball up and was ready to throw over to first, but definitely to the left of the bag as we view it, to his right. And so the count even up at 1-1. Nothing doing in the bullpen for Southern Maryland. This game in the hands of Carson right now. Each team with 9 hits, each team with 5 runs. Who will blink first? The delivery. Fryman lays off the pitch up and away, and now jumps in front of the count 2-1. Obviously not easy at all to navigate this heart of the order for the Ducks with 3 ex-major leaguers in Reimold, Krause, and Fryman. Here's the pitch. Fryman takes down and in. It's 3-1. A good hitter's count for a very good hitter. And another out of the zone would put 2 on for Cody Puckett. But Fryman will be ready to hack here if he gets a good pitch to hit from Robert Carson. 3-1 delivery, and Fryman hits a foul ball first base side. So ready to swing, got a good pitch. A little bit late on it, fouls it off. So with the count full, 3-2 and 2 outs, that'll give Krause a head start. So that way he might be able to score on an extra base hit from Fryman. Would probably have to be in the gaps or down the right field line with the shallow wall and left, just 310 feet away from home plate down the line. Here comes the payoff from Carson to Fryman. There goes the runner, the pitch on the way. Fryman hits a high fly ball in the air to left center. It's pretty well hit, but it's going to stay in the yard. Gary Brown is there. He'll make the catch, and that will retire the side. Fryman got a good swing on it. but hit it to one of the deeper parts of the park and just got a little bit under it. So, in the inning, no runs, no hits, a walk, and a runner left on base. 7.5 in the books here in Southern Maryland. We remain even at 5.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Zach Treese, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Radisson Hotel Hauppauge, Long Island. It's centrally located on the north shore of Long Island and offers a home away from home for both business and leisure guests. The Radisson Hotel Hauppauge, Long Island features an indoor pool, 24-hour business center, a fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi in all guest rooms. Enjoy the contemporary American cuisine at the Fountain Grill restaurant or grab a quick bite to eat at Cafe Pronto. And best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Radisson Hotel Hauppauge, Long Island, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 631-231-1100 today. That's 631-231-1100.
Bethpage Ballpark is a great place to watch a ball game, so why not do so from some of the best seats in the house? The Ducks are proud to present the brand new Long Island Ducks Beer Garden. Open for all fans on nights when the Smokin' Owl's party deck has not been reserved, the Beer Garden will feature a variety of frosty draft and bottled brews, as well as several food choices. The area has been decked out with bar rail seating and Ducks branded furniture to provide a comfortable atmosphere for everyone. Be sure to stop by and check out the brand new Long Island Ducks Beer Garden on your next visit to the ballpark. To the bottom of the 8th inning, Ducks and the Blue Crabs all square at 5. Southern Maryland's bullpen and Long Island's bullpen locked in a duel. Blue Crabs pitching staff has done a fine job after the early struggles from Mish and Fleet. Fleet pitched a scoreless 5th inning. Runyon, Beal, and Hebner, and now Carson have come on in relief and have not allowed anything since. Meanwhile, O'Grady 2 scoreless innings, Wilson 2/3 scoreless, and Diaz a scoreless inning for Long Island. The only hiccup was the 2-run home run allowed by Zach Treese to Patrick Palmero in the 6th inning. That is why we are even at 5. First pitch missed for ball 1 to Edwin Garcia, the shortstop and 8-hitter for the Blue Crabs. Chinwe Sao on the mound for Long Island. Pitching for his 2nd time in as many days. He misses upstairs. Sao came in and pitched last night in the 8th inning with the Ducks ahead at that point by a count of 7-1. He allowed a double and a walk with 1 out, but got a pair of flyouts from Cohn and Blank. Here he gets a swing and a miss as Garcia way out in front of the off-speed pitch. And so that will run the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Sal, I should say, spent time in the major leagues last season with the Dodgers. 2-1 delivery is a high fly ball in a right center field. Moving in on it, Cleary Jr. and Lentini. It's going to be Lentini who makes the call and the catch. And there's the first out of the 8th inning. Garcia now 1 of 3 on the night with a single, a run scored, and a walk. And here's the catcher, Mike Blank. Sal spent most of his time last year with AAA Oklahoma City in the Pacific Coast League. 1-1 record, a 3.31 earned run average in 17 games, 6 saves. And he had 14 strikeouts in 16 1/3 innings. 2 games in the big leagues with the Dodgers, as he misses low and outside for ball 1 to Blank. And in those 2 games, took a loss in relief, 1 run, and 3 walks and a hit in 1 2/3 innings. Pitch here to Blank, misses high and inside on the fastball. It's now 2 balls and no strikes. Former Duck catcher is 0 for 2 on the night with a walk. 0 for 6 on the season, the young season thus far, and nearly hit 1 out to left field in his first at-bat of the night back in the 3rd, but it was caught on the warning track by Reimold. High drive this time. This has no chance of staying in the yard. You can forget it. Onto the roof of the clubhouses in left beyond the picnic area. Former Duck Mike Blank has homered off of his former team and has put the Blue Crabs in front for the first time this year. They lead it 6-5. Mike Blank was all over that pitch from Chinwe Sao. No chance that was staying in the yard. A mammoth drive by Blank, his first hit and first home run of the season. And Southern Maryland, who at one point trailed 4-0, now leads 6-5 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. So that will pass it along to Gary Brown, the center fielder. Breaking ball is in for a strike. And the count 0-1 on Brown, who tonight is 1 for 4 at the plate. An infield single and a run back in the third, but he's also struck out 3 times. Once before, twice since. And here a swing and a miss. Good fastball from Sal. And the count goes to 0-2. I have to think that's Cody Epley warming up in the bullpen now down the left field line. The veteran closer for this Blue Crabs team, and just looking at how he's throwing, it definitely is Cody Epley. Here's the 0-2 from Chinwe Sao. And a foul ball off the mask of Alex Berg, and that shook him up a little bit. And home plate umpire Ian Kelly will go out towards the mound and give Berg a little bit more time to shake off the cobwebs. So a couple late home runs have victimized the Ducks thus far tonight. Patrick Palmero with a 2-run blast in the 6th off of Treese, and Blank with a solo blast off of Sal in the 8th. Sal looking in for the sign, and now comes set. The delivery. Fly ball to right center, hit pretty well, but Lantini is there. Started back, now comes in and makes the catch. 2 away in this bottom half of the 8th inning. Looking ahead towards the 9th, it will be Puckett, Lyons, and Berg, 6, 7, and 8 in the order for the Ducks. All righties against the right-hander Cody Epley. The Ducks do have the lefty power hitting Angelo Sanko on the bench should they elect to pinch hit at any point. First pitch here to Danny Muno is taken for a strike on the inside corner. Dominic Blanco, the backup catcher, also a lefty hitter. And the utility infielder Giovanni Alfonso, a righty swinger, is also on the bench for Long Island, if they choose to go to the bench. I'm not sure they will. Muno here takes a fastball at the knees for a strike, and Sal has gotten the count to 0-2. 2 flyouts to right in this inning, but the home run sandwich in between has put Southern Maryland on top. It's their 10th hit of the ball game. 0-2, fouled third base side. Out of play. We'll do it once again. 0-2. Muno has had himself a great night. 3 hits, hit 4 trips to the plate, an RBI and a run, both coming in the 3rd inning. He's now got himself 5 hits and his first 8 Blue Crab at bats. Another 0-2 delivery. Chopped on the ground, foul to the first base side of the plate. And we will do it yet again at 0-2. Much of the crowd has made their way out tonight. Rain seems to have let off. Might be a little mist, but that is about it. And Sal looking to avoid anything further here in the 8th. Another 0-2 on the way to the lefty swinging Muno. The pitch here is grounded back to the middle. It is off the glove of Sal. Tries to recover behind the mound. His throw to first, not in time. Muno beats it out. Ball kind of stunned Sal as it came back. He knocked it down with his glove. He says he's all right. It seemed to catch all glove as it came back to him, but it came off of his glove and trickled behind the mound by the time he went to get it. It was too late, so Muno is going to have himself his 4th hit of the night. 11th hit of the game for Southern Maryland. And they've gotten quite a few infield hits. They've gotten a couple more tonight. And had a couple in last night's game as well. We'll see if Zach Wilson can give Cody Epley some cushion here with 2 outs in the 8th inning. First pitch from Sal, and Wilson is swinging a miss. Good fastball over the inside corner, and that is strike 1. Wilson a 2-run single in the 3rd, a walk in the 7th. Aside from that, a strikeout and a flyout. Muno takes his lead. Kick and the delivery. Swing and a miss. On the count, 0-2. Both sides will have used quite a lot of their bullpen. Ducks on their 5th reliever of the night. Southern Maryland thus far has used 5 relievers and will likely use a 6th in the form of Cody Epley, who is warming in the bullpen. Wilson here, foul pop, first base side out of play. Sal has gotten ahead of the last 2 hitters, now 0-2. Could not retire Muno, now trying to get Wilson out. And each of the Ducks relievers, with the exceptions of O'Grady and Wilson, have flirted with some trouble. Diaz did last inning. Treese obviously got himself into trouble. And now Sal has allowed a home run and a single in this 8th inning. Here's the pitch, and Wilson a foul ball again, first base side out of play. And Southern Maryland very pesky here in this ball game. They had been patient earlier on against some of the relief pitchers drawing walks and working the count. And here now some tough foul balls from Muno and Wilson, keeping at bats alive. Bucket will lead things off in the 9th. Sal trying to get it there, and it's a 1-run game. Pitch. Wilson takes the breaking ball low and away. Would not bite. It's 1-2. Everything else is final in the Atlantic League. York 7-4 over New Britain. Somerset 2-1 over Lancaster. And Bridgeport 3-1 over Sugar Land. The 1-2 delivery. Wilson a fly ball to right center. Lantini is over and will make the catch. So Phelan Lantini records all 3 putouts here in the 8th, but not before the Blue Crabs take the lead. 1 run on 2 hits. The big hit, a solo home run left by former Duck Mike Blank. We head to the 9th. Southern Maryland looking for their first win of the season as they lead it 6-5.
Hey fans, this is catcher Alex Berg, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Going way back is Joe Holden, and he is looking up, and that one is headed to field 5 at Robert Moses. The waves are gnarly, and the Ducks have tied it at 1.
That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
We head to the 9th at Regency Furniture Stadium. Cody Epley on to try and close this one out. A game that started all in favor of the Ducks, who scored 3 runs in the first and 1 in the second to take an early 4-0 lead. Has since gone the opposite way. The Blue Crabs scored 3 in the third to make it a 1-run game. And then trailing 5-3 in the 6th, a 2-run home run by Patrick Palmero off Zach Treese tied the game at 5. And in the 8th, a solo home run by Mike Blank off of Chinwe Sao has given Southern Maryland a 6-5 lead, their first lead of the season. And Cody Epley will come on to try and earn his first save of the year here in the 9th inning. For Long Island, their 6, 7, and 8 hitters due up. Cody Puckett, Dan Lyons, and Alex Berg. Puckett 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored tonight. Lyons 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. And Berg 2 for 3 with a home run and 2 runs batted in. So we will see if the Ducks can at least tie this game and keep it alive. Puckett to lead things off, an Atlantic League veteran who has seen Cody Epley many a time. So he will step up to the plate to lead things off. Puckett, who last year had long hair, has since cut and trim that hair. Comes into camp with short hair this season. First pitch on the way, and that is taken inside for ball one. Epley, a returner to this Blue Crabs team. Dominant last year, 3-2, 3.06 ERA in 61 games, had 31 saves. 1-0 cut on and missed. Puckett way out in front of the pitch from Epley. An ex-Yankee, and the count of 1-1. Epley struck out 40 batters last year in 61 2/3 innings. Infield straight away. Second baseman now creeps toward the middle. That's Muno. 1-1. Puckett a swing and a miss again. This pitch down in the zone from Epley. And the count goes to 1-2. Another rainy night in Southern Maryland. Had an 1:06 rain delay earlier in the game. It is lightly raining right now. Nothing, though, that will stop the game for the time being. And a 1-ball, 2-strike pitch from Epley. Puckett a swing and a ground ball too short. Gobbled up there by Garcia. Throws on a first in time for the out. One away here in the 9th inning. So Puckett is now 0 for 3 on the night. And that will bring up Dan Lyons. Duck shortstop looking for his first hit of the season. No better time than right now. In need of trying to start a rally here in the 9th inning against Epley. 5th season in the Atlantic League for Epley, 10th in professional baseball. He spent 3 seasons in the big leagues, 2011 with the Rangers and then 2 seasons with the Yankees. First pitch on the way, and Lyons takes the fastball just a little bit low. Fans wanted that pitch for a strike. 1-0 on Lyons, who has struck out swinging in the 4th and the 6th tonight. Also a fly out to center in the 2nd. Epley winds and fires. There's a strike. Fastball right at the knees. It's 1-1. Epley began his Atlantic League career with Lancaster before joining Southern Maryland in 2015. Here's the pitch. Lyons takes low and away. And now the count goes to 2 balls and a strike. Alex Berg will be next for the Ducks. Lyons digs in at the plate as Epley gets the sign from Blank. Here's the delivery. And Lyons takes a fastball knee high on the outside corner. A called strike. It's 2-2. Game that began at 6:41, going past or close to 11 o'clock tonight. That's been a game that started off in the Ducks' favor, has since shifted towards Southern Maryland. Lyons here, ground ball back to the middle. Nice grab by Epley. Robbed Dan Lyons of a hit. He flips to first for the out, 2 away. Lyons thought he might have had his first hit of the season there, but Cody Epley at 6'5" was able to reach up and snare the baseball. And make the out at first, 2 away. The Ducks down to their final out of the night. And here is the catcher, Alex Berg, who has 2 hits and 2 RBIs in 3 trips to the plate tonight. So 2 groundouts from the Ducks off of Epley. Here is Berg, who had put the Ducks in front with their largest lead of the night, 4-0 in the 2nd. A solo home run, a left off of Austin Fleet. Since then, the Ducks have managed just 1 run, and that also came off the bat of Berg on the RBI single with 2 outs in the 4th. First pitch to him, and the breaking ball is in for a strike. Bell tie, 0-1. Game 3 of this series is tomorrow night, and another 6:35 start in Southern Maryland. Keith Couch starts for the Ducks, and Darrell Thompson for the Blue Crabs. Pitch on the way. Berg swings and misses. Chasing low and outside, and the Blue Crabs a strike away from victory here on this Friday evening. Fans here, the few that are still out, clapping in accord, trying to will Epley on to the final out. Here's the pitch, and Berg a swing and a miss, strike 3, way out in front. This ball game is over, and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs rally from 4 runs down to defeat the Ducks 6-5 and even up this four-game series at 1 apiece. No runs, no hits, and nobody left on base for the Ducks in the ninth. Tremendous performance by the Southern Maryland bullpen, especially the final 5 relievers who keep the Ducks off the scoreboard over the final 5 1/3 innings of this game. Don't go anywhere. The post-game show is coming up next. We're going to recap this one and hand out the Player of the Game award.
Hey fans, this is pitcher David Artsma, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Oh, I love it! The color of my new Nicolot patio is so vibrant. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
You're welcome. I'm just going to go finish that Nicolak walkway now.
Make your pavers vivid Nicolot pavers. The best looking, most vibrant pavers with the most 3-color blends in the industry. Featuring Nicolot's exclusive paver shield and color blending technology. With color throughout and guaranteed not to fade. Live life in color with Nicolot. Visit Nicolot.com.
Hey Ducks fans, stay up to date with Long Island's hometown team by visiting Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Quack of the Bat will bring Ducks fans beyond the headlines with in-depth feature articles, breaking news stories, game previews, post-game wrap-ups, and so much more. Interact with the team during the entire season through quotes directly from the players and coaches, as well as exclusive video clips and photos. Check out the blog today at quackofthebat.wordpress.com. Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Well, a tough loss for the Ducks tonight in Game 2 of the 2017 season. A 4-0 lead early on goes by the wayside as they drop this one 6-5. A couple of late home runs for the Blue Crabs doing the damage. So this 4-game series to open the season is even at 1 game apiece, and the swing game of the series will be tomorrow evening at 6:35. Time to recap this one for you. And again, things started off well for the Ducks, but you wonder if the weather played a factor in this game. In the first inning, Pat Mish, the Major League veteran, did not have his best stuff, as Phelan Lentini singled to left to open the game, was sacrificed to second by Delta Cleary Jr., and then stole third did Lentini, and came home on a sacrifice fly, foul territory down the right field line off the bat of Nolan Reimold, his first RBI as a Duck, and that put the Ducks in front 1-0. Mark Krause followed with a double to right, just inside the line, and Nate Fryman followed with a mammoth 2-run home run out to left center field, the first Duck home run of the season. His 2-run blast gave the Ducks a 3-0 lead after the top of the first inning. And then the skies opened up, and we had ourselves another dose of rain delay for the second straight night. Rain affecting this game, this time an hour and 6-minute rain delay after the 46-minute rain delay last night. And so that played into a factor. It started at 6:54, didn't end till 8 o'clock. After the rain delay, the good news for the Ducks was that Rafael Perez was able to continue and pitch. He hadn't thrown a pitch yet, but had gotten warm before the game. A lot of triple in the first, but nothing further, striking out 2, then struck out another in a 1-2-3 second inning. And in the top of the second inning, he got another run of support, as with 1 out, Alex Berg crushed a solo home run out over the left field wall. Another mammoth blast, his first as a Duck. The second home run in as many innings for Long Island. They had a 4-0 lead after 2 innings of play, and it stayed that way until the bottom of the third. By the way, that home run came off of Austin Fleet, who took over for Pat Mish because he could not return to the mound after having to sit for an hour and 6 minutes following the rain delay. So all of a sudden, the Ducks are going to be given the opportunity to face the Blue Crabs bullpen for 8 innings. Who knows how the game goes at that point? Sometimes, with having to use so many relievers, it ends up factoring into a favor for the opposition. Other times, it's tougher for them to get comfortable because they're seeing so many different arms out of the bullpen. So the Ducks had a 4-0 lead as Fleet gave up that solo home run in the second inning. But in the bottom of the third, Rafael Perez lost his composure. After 2 strong innings, he allowed a leadoff single to Edwin Garcia. And then with 1 out, 4 consecutive singles. An infield dribbler by Gary Brown, an RBI single to right by Danny Muno, a 2-run single by Zach Wilson, and then a base hit to left by Michael Snyder before he finally settled down, struck out Vaughn, and got Cone to fly out to left. But all told, 3 runs on 5 hits in the third inning, and all of a sudden it was a ball game at 4-3. Ducks got one of those runs back in the fourth against Fleet, as with 1 out, Cody Puckett drew a walk, stole second base. He had just one steal all of last year, but was able to steal here in the fourth. Dan Lyons struck out, but then Alex Berg, who had homered off of Fleet, came to the plate. John Harris brought in Sam Runyon, who allowed a single to Alex Berg, an RBI single that gave the Ducks a 5-3 lead, but Berg was thrown out trying to advance to second base on the play, and that would end the inning. Neither side would score in the fifth. In the sixth inning, the Ducks picked up a single with one out by Nate Fryman, but could not score. That was against Jesse Beal. And then in the bottom of the sixth, Zach Treese came on after two strong innings of relief from Dennis O'Grady, in which he allowed just one hit and struck out two. And Treese, who normally has pinpoint accuracy, did not have it tonight in the sixth. With one out, he walked Zach Cohn. Cohn would then steal second base. And after falling behind on Patrick Palmeiro, Treese gave up a two-run home run off of the picnic tent in the left. For Palmeiro, his first home run of the year. For the Blue Crabs, their first home run. And all of a sudden, the game was tied up at 5 apiece. Treese would then walk the next two hitters, Garcia and Blank, before getting taken out of the game in favor of Tyler Wilson. He came on, struck out Gary Brown, and got Danny Muno to fly to center and keep the ball game tied up at 5 apiece. The Ducks had some other opportunities. In the seventh inning, with one out, Elmer Reyes doubled into the right center field gap, what looked like would be a short triple off the bat, but seemed to be running a bit slow around the bases and tried to stretch the double into a triple and was thrown out by a long distance. And he was okay. He stayed in the game. Lantini flied to right to end that threat. And then in the eighth, a two-out walk to Mark Krause, but Nate Fryman popped out to deep left center, and that ended that chance. In the bottom of the eighth, Chinwe Sao came in for the second straight night. Retired Edwin Garcia on a fly ball to right, but then former Duck Mike Blank, who had started the year 0 for 6 with a walk, crushed a solo home run over everything in left, hit the clubhouse behind the left field wall for Blank, his first hit and home run of the season, and that gave the Blue Crabs a 6-5 lead. Cody Epley in the ninth, 1-2-3 retired the Ducks. That would do it for Long Island as they fall tonight, 6-5 to the Blue Crabs. The final totals from this game: 6 runs, 11 hits, and no errors for Southern Maryland. They left 9 men on base but get the win. For the Ducks, 5 runs on 9 hits and no errors. They left 3. The winning pitcher in relief is Robert Carson, as he improves to 1-0 through the scoreless inning in the 8th. The loser, Chinwe Sao, who allows the home run to Mike Blank. He falls to 0-1. And Cody Epley with his first save of the year. The game took 3 hours and 13 minutes, plus the 1 hour and 7-minute rain delay in front of an announced crowd tonight of 3,753. Tonight's player of the game is going to go to Danny Muno of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. 4 hits and 5 at-bats. A triple and 3 singles. He had an RBI, a run scored, and a stolen base. So despite the heroics from Palmeiro to tie it and Blank to win it, Danny Muno will be tonight's player of the game for Southern Maryland. We'll take one more break here on the postgame show. When we come back, the out-of-town scores, then we'll wrap things up from Regency Furniture Stadium.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Tyler Wilson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Long Island's Ford Giant is celebrating its 60th year anniversary. Stop by Sayville Ford to check out their state-of-the-art showroom featuring enclosed service drives, luxurious customer lounge, and a larger selection to choose from. Get giant savings on hundreds of new and used vehicles in stock. Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary celebration is going on now. Visit SayvilleFord.com or download the Sayville Ford app today to learn more about Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary savings. Call 631-589-4800 today.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the Flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Back at Regency Furniture Stadium one final time tonight, where the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs rally from a 4-0 deficit to defeat the Long Island Ducks by a final count of 6-5. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard here, as everybody was in action tonight. Somerset, Lancaster, York, and New Britain all beginning their seasons after Bridgeport and Sugar Land also began last night. Patriots a 2-1 walk-off win in 10 innings as Jovan Gonzalez hit a walk-off home run at TD Bank Ballpark in the 10th. So Somerset gets the win on opening night. Having some issues with their box score, so do not know the winning and losing pitchers there. The other run for Somerset was scored by Scott Kelly. Meanwhile, an RBI for Trayvon Robinson for the Barnstormers. York Revolution 7-4 winners up in Connecticut over the New Britain Bees. Winning pitcher was Frank Gailey for York. He improves to 1-0. Casey Coleman, the loss for New Britain, falls to 0-1. The save to Parch for York, his first of the season. Travis Witherspoon homered, his first of the year. 2 home runs for New Britain from Cody Bierfeld in his first 2 of the season. But it came in a losing effort as York wins it 7-4. And a final tonight in Sugar Land, Texas. The Bluefish with a 3-1 win over the Skeeters. They even that series at a game apiece. Jonathan Albaladejo, the defending Atlantic League Pitcher of the Year, a run on 4 hits in 6 innings with 6 strikeouts. Gets the win to improve to 1-0. Michael Nix, the loser, falls to 0-1. And David Carpenter picks up his first save of the season. The Bluefish were led in the RBI department tonight by Darby Myers and Osni Guillen, who each had 1 run batted in. So that does it for the out-of-town scoreboard in the Atlantic League. In the major leagues, Yankees fall tonight 6-3 to the Pirates in Pittsburgh. Juan Nicasio, the win, improved to 1-2. And CC Sabathia, the loss, as he drops to 2-1. The save for the Pirates goes to Tony Watson. It is his 5th save of the year. Jordy Mercer with his first home run of the season. Josh Bell is second for the Pirates. Meanwhile, no home runs for the Yankees. So they dropped that game 6-3. As for the Mets, they lost 4-3 in 11 innings to the Washington Nationals at Citi Field. So a tough loss for the Mets at home against the Nationals after dropping their series to the Phillies last night. The winning pitcher for Washington in relief was Enny Romero, who improves to 1-0. The loser, Josh Smoker, falls to 0-1. And Sean Kelly picks up his 3rd save of the year. For the Nats, Bryce Harper, his 7th home run of the season. Jose Lobaton, his 1st. And for the Mets, Michael Conforto, his 3rd. Curtis Granderson, his 1st. The local hockey fans around here are happy because the Washington Capitals won it 2-1 over the Maple Leafs in overtime at the Verizon Center. Justin Williams, the game-winning goal. TJ Oshie had scored earlier for Washington. Austin Matthews for Toronto. Bruins and Senators are tied at 2 at the end of the first overtime period. So that does it for the out-of-town scoreboard. Tomorrow is Game 3, the swing game of this 3-game series between the Ducks and the Blue Crabs. Long Island certainly look to bounce back after a difficult loss tonight. Keith Couch, a Mineola native and now Elmont resident, will take the mound for Long Island, coming off of a season last year where he pitched with the Red Sox organization at AA Portland and AAA Pawtucket. He was 9-5, 3.84 ERA for Portland, and 1-3 with a 4.31 ERA at Pawtucket. He'll take the mound for Long Island. Meanwhile, the local product, Darrell Thompson, the veteran of the Blue Crabs, will take the mound for Southern Maryland, and he is looking to get off to a good start after a difficult season 1 year ago with the Blue Crabs, in which he posted a record of 5-9 with a 4.69 ERA. So a matchup of starting pitchers who are natives of their local teams, of their respective teams. Couch from Long Island and Thompson from Southern Maryland. They'll take them out tomorrow night at 6:35. Should be another good one here from Southern Maryland. And we'll see who gets the leg up in this 4-game series to open the season. That'll do it for us tonight at Regency Furniture Stadium. Once again, the final score, it was the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 6 and the Long Island Ducks 5. We invite you to join us for our next Ducks broadcast, which will be tomorrow night when these two teams meet for the 3rd time in this 4-game set. Pregame show at 6:20, first pitch at 6:35. Follow all the action right here on the Ducks Broadcast Network, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and LIDucks.com. My name is Michael Pollack. Thank you so much for spending your Friday night with me. I hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Have a great rest of your Friday night, and we'll do it all over again on Saturday evening here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Good night, and so long from Southern Maryland.